action plan. And in the latest report, you can see that the status of the Baltic Sea is not at all very good. And this morning we had, for example, the example of dumped munition in the Baltic Sea, where we all have seen the problems that have occurring. But even more also what we see here, we have pressures here from influx of nitrogen and phosphor into the Baltic Sea, what have a huge impact on fisheries and livestock in the Baltic Sea. What is concerning that while a lot of action has been taken, the situation in the Baltic Sea is not improving. So action needs to be taken, and that's a bit of the focus of the talk, what we can do here also from the Ocean Decade in this matter. Oop. Next slide, please. Ah, okay, good. Then I'll do that.
Just something. This opened here. Just need to close this. Oh, is running the presentation from there?
Ah, no, I'm good. Wonderful. So actually what is of relevance for us in Germany that we have since 2017 a national sustainability strategy, what from the beginning was a bit standalone, also linked to the SDGs. And in the recent update to our what really was helpful that the SDG 14 is also given into the context of the other SDGs. So it's not standalone. It's seen, for example, in the context of agriculture and also in the context of pollution-free environment. And if you have seen also in the presentation today with Matt, it's quite a complex interface what we have in here. As an Ocean Decade Committee, we have worked together with the German government to work on a Mar-to-an Ocean strategy, and we had also an ocean conference last year. It would have been fortunate to have an ocean strategy in place by the German government, what was not possible in the time period, but what is in place, a water strategy of the German government, where we also have the link to the ocean as a clear strategy is made by the German government that of course the influx of pollution into the seas has to be minimized, and also the treatment of global water resources needs to be considered in a broader context. So that's a direct link to the situation we have. What is then, of course, for us quite relevant in the Baltic Sea and also where we are located with most of the research institutes linked to the Baltics, that we have a Baltic Sea protection plan by our regional government, Schleswig-Holstein. And there, one very important topic is, first of all, that it has been decided to increase marine protected areas significantly. So there has been, of course, smaller regions where we have been we are protecting the sea. There has been discussions also for national parks, but now the government also decided to increase up to nearly 13% the marine protected areas. What is important for us is, of course, that we also need to deal with agriculture, as those are the most important partners here for bringing nutrients into the seas. What is a lot of work to be done to involve all stakeholders here on that side. Projects we have here within the Ocean Decade and from all research institutes is, for example, Sustain Mare and Space Party, where we are working together with a research institution, for example, to improve the health of the Baltic Sea by kelp harvesting and bringing fisheries and others into new forms of utilizing the seas, and thereby also improving the health of the Baltic Sea. Here we are also working with schools and others, where we also bring in educational programs for civil society and the schools. The other thing, and that's another example we have, is that we have also related to kelp kind of innovation labs in the Baltic Sea, where we are also working on how we can cultivate with fisheries close to offshore wind farms and others, the harvesting of kelp and bringing that into also new kinds of value chains we have in the Baltic Sea. The last thing is, and that's what we heard here about as well, that of course algae blooms are also a big topic in the Baltic Sea, where we are working together across stakeholder groups on finding ways to monitor the Baltics, to work together with swimmers and touristics to bring up the status of the Baltic Sea in form of the algae blooms, and also with the sea rangers, what mentioned here, that this is also a topic where we also bring new ways of utilizing fishing fleets and others and working with them, how we can work together on this topic of algae blooms, what has been mentioned here already today, this morning. What is another important factor for us is that we are working also with ambassadors, and Arvid Fuchs, some of you might know him. It's a polar explorer, quite famous to the North and South Pole by foot in 1 year. Since more than 10 years, he's working together with his boat, with scientists, with people, and with also young ocean professionals, particularly in the Arctic, in Greenland, on the ocean current. But this year he was also in the Baltic Sea and traveled across the Baltics up to the North Sea and monitored the situation over there. What is important for us here, that this is a great vehicle for us also to involve our network partners, the sponsors. We have support from the research community, from technical institutions, and he's also sailing with his old fishery boat from back in time. So this is really something what we very much appreciate as the one vehicle we have in our Ocean Decade Committee, and we're working on that with others. And even down there, Santiano, for example, is a very well-known band in Germany, and also very supportive for the activities we have within the Ocean Decade. Oops. So what we would really like to bring here up, that we need to have a healthy ocean with all. That, of course, means that we work together with the Global South, that we connect here also within the NDCs, but we also need to bring up the topic of the ocean and everything related to how we can protect the ocean to people who might not living at the coast, who might not be within our own bubble here in the ocean community. So we are working on a different transfer into also the southern part of Germany. We work with our network partners on school programs who are, for example, in Saarland or in Bavaria in those topics. And we are really working on this area to bring everybody into the topic of ocean literacy and working together here. And it's a picture here you see is from the island Rügen. A lot of algae blooms around that time. That might be around the date where also Arvid Fuchs has traveled exactly in that area. People mostly don't see it, what's in the ocean. So that's something what we really would like to do also with artists and others, bringing that knowledge also to the broader public and work together on this domain. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Stephen. Now it's the turn of our colleague Wilfred Sanchez. So take us on your trip of opportunity.
Thank you. Some time. Yeah. Correct. I don't want to interrupt in the middle of a phrase. Hi, everyone. No slide? Yeah, slide. Thanks for the organization of this event. Thanks for the invitation. My name is Wilfred Sanchez. I work at IFREMER in France, and I was a member of the team organizing the One Ocean Science Congress with the people indicated in this slide. The alternative title of my presentation could be why the link between health of ocean and human health was not to the agenda of the UN Ocean Conference organized in Nice. Any word of context to start the presentation. After Lisbon, Nice held the UN conference on ocean, the third edition of this conference, but the first edition with a special event dedicated to marine sciences, the One Ocean Science Congress, co-organized by the French National Center for Scientific Research and IFREMA. This large scientific congress is organized with the aim to propose scientific recommendation to heads of states and government with the objective to make science-based decision during the UN conference. In this objective, a scientific committee, an international scientific committee chaired by François Houillet and Jean-Pierre Gattuso, Peter Hogan was a member of this committee, proposed 10 recommendations on 10 topics, and the topic was selected to be online with the Ocean Action Panel of the UN conference. It's not a free exercise. This document is available in the website of the conference. 10 recommendations on various topics such as plastic pollution, decarbonation on maritime transport, genetic resources, and other. To complete these 10 recommendations, for each of them, a set of sub-recommendations was proposed by the scientific committee. And among these sub-recommendations, many of them are related to One Earth. For example, in the topic related to protection and restoration of marine and coastal ecosystems, the scientific committee proposed to integrate land-to-ocean strategy aligned with the UNEP, the United Nations Environmental Programme, to address pollution from hazardous chemicals, oil spill, nutrient runoff, and industrial activities. The committee proposed also to adopt a One Earth approach to biodiversity conservation with the aim to promote cohesive One Earth strategy that fosters collaboration between environmental and health sector with the aim to enhance medical innovation and reduce risk of disease and pollution. On another topic, the topic related to plastic pollution, a sub-recommendation was defined to develop a globally harmonized standards for monitoring and assessment with the aim to integrate, to safeguard human and environmental health in this topic on plastic pollution. A last example, in the recommendation related to the marine food systems, the scientific committee proposed a sub-recommendation named Values the nutritional benefits of seafood and ensure its safety, with the aim to integrate detection, monitoring, and minimize food safety risk. This is a real One Earth recommendation on marine food. After the event, after the scientific congress, and after the UN conference, we compare scientific recommendation and voluntary commitments made by states and government during these seconds. And surprisingly, or not surprisingly, no voluntary commitment by states on human and ocean health. as indicated this morning by Matt, I think, it is important to improve the information to state and government on this subject, to include this topic in the agenda of a UN conference. We observed that some important topics were omitted to the UN conference. 3 of them are indicated in these slides. The first one is food from marine products, seafood. The topic at the UNOC is limited to fisheries. And other UN instruments address the question on food, but in this topic, marine food is not very addressed. Another topic omitted during the conference, the land-to-sea continuum. Pressures originating from land, such as pollution, are not taken into account. And the solution are not addressed in this conference, ocean for ocean, by ocean. The next omitted topic is the Blue One Health, ocean-human health interaction, both in terms of impact of pressure and the beneficial effects are not addressed. It is important to integrate this topic, and this conference shows that it's a very important topic. It is important to link ocean health and human health. It is important to improve the information for diplomacy, for head of states and government. This conference is an example. Another opportunity is in France in April 2026 with the organization of the One Health Summit, a high-level event with a scientific congress prior the event. And for IFREMER, one objective is to integrate ocean health in this One Health Summit with the ultimate goal that this topic will be integrated in the UNOC 4 organized in Busan in South Korea in 2028. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for keeping time and for allowing for a few questions. So if there's any question, you need to rest and prepare your ideas. Would you like to put some questions to yourselves? No? I have one. I have one that is related to the lack of response that you did not get, the responses that you did not get. Can you have some additional information for us? Wilfred, I was referring to you. You said that there were no answers to the things that you sent to the commitment parties. There were no replies.
Oh, I can complete my presentation because. Okay, it's okay. Okay. I can complete my presentation on one. I'm not sure.
Can you please use this?
Okay, thank you. I will start. I can complete my presentation on one issue to indicate that the One Health Summit that will be organized in France in April 2026 will address 4 topics. The first one is pollution. Including plastic pollution, but all pollution. The second one is antibiotic resistance. The third topic is food system and sustainable food system. And the last one is zoonotic disease. For all this topic, ocean could be included. It is not native in the project of the organizer to integrate ocean, and is the objective of my institute to include ocean in this event and to produce a recommendation on this subject. And this and the conference today is a good opportunity to identify a relevant topic.
Yes, thank you all for presentations. I'd also like to follow up a little bit on this linkages between the Science Congress and the UNOC, or the political thing. As you mentioned, I was also involved in that setup of the Science Congress. And what we decided early was to structure the Science Congress in a way that it would be relevant for the international, intergovernmental processes that would be addressed at UNOC. And I think since there were no ocean and human health, intergovernmental things happening, there was all of these other things with fishery subsidies, which are relevant, but are not put together in ocean human health. And the Congress didn't sort of be organized, just like you said, to address that. But I think that's something to reflect on, because and also it's quite interesting, shocking that there is no commitments. So maybe, in fact, the science community needs to be more proactive. And we have a chance moving into the next UNOC and the decade also. The decade also has little on ocean and human health, right? So we have a job to do, I think, both on the government but also on the science side, to set the agenda and make sure that it gets on the agenda and that we get the right also intergovernmental ways of dealing with it. So I think this is a call to action to all of us, I think.
Would you like to comment?
Yeah, and just calling your statement, that of course also this morning we had this talk how we could also go forward from this conference here to the upcoming Oceans for Initiates conference, and others, just something we can really do.
So we may ask ourselves, after conferences, we have the politicians. And during the closing session, we will have the traditional speech of a politician that we have done everything and that we are going to do but much better. But in fact, if you look at public policies, they are lacking most of the times in places. Like just thinking about the presentation of our colleague from China, and it was clear that you have the means, you have the science, you can do the things if you want. And it was quite clear that flooding, air quality were all in the agenda. But from then on, it's our duty to be keeping again and again and again and fighting again. So, please.
Well, it's actually two questions, one for Stefan, one for Light. So the first one that I would like to ask you, Stefan, is how successful have you been in this reforestation with kelp? Because many times there are different methods that people use, even sometimes putting on small rocks and so on. But apparently the success in most cases is not very high. Of course, with these ropes, sometimes it works well. But so this is one of the things I would like to ask you. And to Light, it's mainly when you do this treatment, for instance, with phage, are there any potential side effects that we should be looking at? Thank you.
Yeah, so first of all, we have in Kiel, we have also some kelp farms, so also using kelp for cosmetics and others. So that it's small farming that is going on, so that is working. However, the Baltic Sea is not the best environment like the Atlantic or others where you have more favorable conditions in doing so. What I have not mentioned here, we also have, of course, activities in seagrass ecosystem restoration where it's much better there in the Baltic Sea. So that is a topic what we are doing. However, it's a general interest also with the offshore wind parks to have somehow the wind park construction in a nature positive way, that you use those economic activities also to improve ocean health, and that is getting into that direction, that you have a co-use of offshore wind farms and these regions, and with artificial reefs and these type of things comes together.
Yes, I think it can are some side effects. If you use high concentrations of phages, some of the microbiota of the fish, for instance, can be inactivated at the same time, and you can this can lead to anaphylactic shock. But if you use low concentrations, and in my results I think I didn't show very specific this case, but in small concentration the phages works well than in higher concentrations. So in low concentration these side effects is not so frequent. But the immune system of the fish can also remove these phages from the tissues of the fish. But if you use equilibrated quantity of phages, I think the side effects are very, very small, very little. Okay.
I would like to close, unless there is a very burning, real burning question. No? Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you all speakers. Thank you.
Thank you all. We will welcome now our next keynote speaker, Hervé Rapp, Delegate Physician for Research in the Monaco Scientific Center. Hervé, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Hola. It's a pleasure and an honor for me to be here. I'd like to thank the National Ocean Decade Committee for inviting me, and especially Luis. So, obrigado. I will talk about plastics and the triple crisis, and also a bit about the Lancet Countdown on Health and Plastics. I'm Hervé Rapp. I'm a medical doctor by training, sorry. And I work at Centre Scientifique de Monaco, which is the national research agency in Monaco. And I've been involved for 15 years in environmental and health activities, like the conference we organized 5 years ago. So, Luis, I've been in your shoes 5 years ago, so I feel you, but I'd like to thank you and congratulate you for organizing this conference, and all the people that have been working with you for this. Margaret did a great presentation this morning about the report we published, Margaret Spring, sorry, 5 years ago. The report we published 5 years ago on ocean pollution and human health, and mostly the Mineral Monaco report we published 2 years ago about human health and plastics. So I won't talk again about that, but just to see that we use for the report a full life cycle assessment, meaning considering the impacts of plastics on human health of the production phase, the use phase, the production phase, the use phase, and the disposal phase. So plastic pollution, plastic crisis is not only a pollution issue, meaning that the solutions and actions should not be taken only on the disposal phase, but have to be considered across the full life cycle. And I will start by my take-home message. So if I'm late, at least you will get the take-home message. So plastics are at the center of the triple crisis. It's in French, but you'll get the gist of it. So climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And I say plastic production, not plastics pollution, plastic production. Also, plastics, that triple crisis is impacting human health, animal health, and environmental health, which are deeply interconnected. And when you speak about plastics, you have to consider, when you think about plastics, the crisis or plastic issue, you have to think about the impacts of plastic chemicals, of macroplastics, and micro and nanoplastics as well. But I will talk more about this later. And to finish, it's just the beginning of the crisis, because we are suffering the impacts of the plastic produced years ago, when the production rate was here. We are now at 400 million tons of plastic produced every year, roughly here. And if nothing is done, the production rate is going to double until 2050 and to triple until 2060. So we are just seeing only the beginning of the crisis. Plastics are fueling climate change, and the pun is intended. It's an heavily greenhouse gas emitting industry that represents plastic production and plastics waste management represents roughly 4 or 5%, meaning of greenhouse gas total gas emissions, meaning it's like the aviation sector, or if it would have been a country, it would be the 4th or the 5th emitter. Plastic production and plastics extractions of fossil fuel and production of plastics materials and chemicals. But there are some gaps in those data. Those data are a bit old, and they are not taking into consideration the greenhouse gas emissions from plastic transportations, greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuel transportation to the plastic factories, and transportation of plastics products from the factories, like this one. And you see sometimes those plastic transport could became catastrophic accidents, like the Express Pearl cargo transporting plastic pellets that sunk, exploded and sunk near Sri Lanka, or that train in Ohio, USA, which contained polychlorovinyl. And also the greenhouse gas emission of plastics mismanagement, like open burning, is not taken into account. So the 4% of greenhouse gas emissions should be, in fact, probably higher. And they will get higher when the productions gets those numbers I've shown you on the previous slides. So meaning, if the plastics industry does not address its climate impacts, we will not reach net zero by 2050. So plastics affects climate change and vice versa. You have more extreme events. They are more frequent, more intense. This is near Bologna in Italy. We'll see the lot of waste coming into the sea, into the streets, and then into the rivers, and into the sea you have the sediments coming here, and inside you have a lot of plastic waste. Rising temperatures in the air or in the sea accelerate the degradation of microplastics. They degrade into particles quicker with the increase of temperature. And then microplastics in the ocean interfere with the carbon cycle and carbon pump, and those exacerbates, prevent the storing of carbon into the ocean. And when you put in ocean waters microplastic particles, you have, like we have heard yesterday, better condition for bacteria. So you have bacteria from human origin and antibiotics coming to the sea with better condition due to the high sea temperature, and plastic particles that could be used as a raft and transport bacteria across long distances. And some of the bacteria coming to the sea are antibiotic resistance. So you have an exchange of genes of resistance, but also those conditions are not only good for the suitability of bacteria themselves, they also increase the capacity of bacteria to adhere to plastic particles. This is a study made by one of the team at CSM, showing that with an increase in temperature of 4 degrees, you have an increase in the capacity of bacteria coming together on plastic particles. And of course, it's not only in marine environment, you have also with climate change more fires, and when you have fires in urban areas, that burns a lot of plastics that emits carbon into the atmosphere, and of course chemicals. Impacts on human health have been discussed already, so I won't speak a lot about this. You have with extreme events, more macroplastics coming into the sewers, for example. That means more bacteria impacting the population. And those macroplastics are also the perfect breeding sites for mosquitoes and exposing the population to vector-borne disease, which are also on the rise due to climate change, meaning all those impacts are interconnected. Microplastics are also impacting human health. I've been discussing yesterday. There are some, the detection methods have to be perfected for good monitoring, but they have been detected in many compartments of the organism. And the perfect causality has to be established, but we know for sure they are irritative on some compartments of the organism, like the intestine, but there is enough data to act on the impacts of plastics, on microplastics. And what we know for sure is that they are leaching chemicals into the body, chemicals which are mostly endocrine disruptors, impacting the most fragile communities and population like women and children. What has not been said is that those chemicals are representing a huge healthcare cost. We have tried to establish the cost for 1 year in the northern countries, which is $600 billion for only 3 additives of the thousands of additives in plastics. It's in the Minimum Monaco report. So meaning, when you heard that plastic, when you hear that plastic is cheap, it's not cheap. It's a heavily subsidized industry, and the externalities, meaning the impacts on the environment and the human health, are not paid by that industry. It's paid by the society, the states, and by you. Impact on ecosystem. So I choose an ecosystem which is important for CSM. We have been, coral biology has been the main activity of CSM for 30 years. So it's the same. You have impacts of macroplastics on coral reef. They can damage the reef, or they can prevent the sunlight to get to the reef and impairing photosynthesis. You have also microplastics impacting the nutrition of the coral. You see if it's working. Yes. Microplastic here inside the polyp. A manip we have been doing at CSM. And this is a bleaching of coral due to oxybenzone. Oxybenzone is a chemical found in some sunscreens. And also on the, so it prevents sunlight. And it's also found on PVC windows, for example, to prevent them from becoming yellow due to sunlight, to be damaged by sunlight. So it's perfect, but you'll see it's damaging corals by bleaching them. And I mentioned, of course, marine ecosystems, but terrestrial ecosystems are also heavily impacted, like forests or soils. Impacts of animal health, impacts of macroplastics. This is Peanut, a turtle found 30 years ago in Missouri. Peanut is still alive, but as you see, she has been heavily impacted by what's happened to her. you have the impacts of microplastics on the animal species as well. Those microplastics enter the food chain and they contain chemicals. Chemicals, we have heard that chemicals impair the fertility, the behavior of marine species, but also on land. For example, the most frequent disease in cats, it's a disease appeared since the 70s, a disease of thyroid gland, and it's due to the brominated flame retardants found in the fabric of the tissue, of that couch, for example, and also terrestrial animals like cow or camels are also heavily impacted by plastic waste because when they found plastic with sugars or salt in it, they will eat it. And you can find on those animals roughly 50 kilos of plastics inside their stomachs, which means consequences for the meat and the milk of the animal, for the animal itself, of course, and of course the socio-economic consequence for the people living out of cattle raising. Sorry. All right. Plastic pollution. So that picture encompasses, I will let you look at it for a second. That picture encompasses the full plastic crisis. It's a landfill in Indonesia on an island country near the coast, a country already heavily impacted by climate change. And you see informal waste pickers trying to make a living out of this mess. And so that's a picture we have chosen to launch the new project called the Lancet Countdown on Health and Plastics. We launched it just before the reprisal of the INC negotiations last August in Geneva. It's a project with 4 partners: Heidelberg University, Boston College, Centre Scientifique de Monaco, and Mineral Foundation, and of course the Lancet. And so what's the, I'd like to thank the TESS Forum on Trade, Environment, and the SDGs for hosting the launch event, and you can find the webinar on TESS website. So what's the Lancet Countdown on Health and Plastics? It's an independent global monitoring initiative focused on the health impacts of plastics. We want to produce every 2 years an independent report of indicators about plastics and health impacts divided in 4 domains: production and emissions, like, for example, greenhouse gas emission, production of plastics, production of chemicals, exposures of human health, for example, through food chain, health impacts, direct health impacts and indirect health impacts, and domain 4, intervention and engagement. The Lancet Countdown is chaired by Philippe Landrigan from Boston College, Joachim Rockloff from Heidelberg University. It's, and there are 4 working groups per domain, 1 working group per domain. I'm co-chairing the working group on health impacts, and Margaret Spring is co-leading the domain on intervention and engagements, meaning regulation and policies. So we can discuss this with you during the coffee break if you want. So we published a policy paper last August and the methods and the objectives of the project in the Lancet. The call for contribution is ending soon at the end of the year or the first day of January. So if you want to know more about the Lancet, you have that QR code over here. If you know someone that can contribute to the Lancet, please get in touch with us. On that page, there is a survey you can fill. It needs to be an indicator already available because we want to publish the first reports in 1 year, next November, but that could be usable for the next report that will be in 2028. And so, take-home message, plastics are at the center of the triple crisis impacting the One Health. The impacts of plastics are divided between macroplastics, microplastics, and plastic chemicals. And it's just the beginning of this. If nothing is done, we are just getting to hell. And thank you.
Thank you, Hervé, for a very thorough presentation. Very insightful, I think, covering all the impacts along the plastic food chain. Sorry, plastic value chain, not the food chain. Sorry. I ask now the audience if there are questions, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was an eye-opener. Well, of course, the situation with plastics is very complex, and it requires a lot of societal investment and a lot of changes in public policy and societal views about the problem. And because many people don't even know the problem exists, and the problem that is not seen, it's like throwing the garbage into the hole in the ground and don't know that they are poisoning their water supply all over again. But even so, some solutions are somewhat well understood or at least theorized. For instance, we don't see open garbage like plastic garbage like that in most of Europe. We see them in Indonesia. What stops us as a whole globe to say, okay, these are the solutions that we are getting over here, example, Europe or USA, although nowadays it's a complicated problem. What stops us to share those solutions that we might come across with other parts of the world, and why there is so much resistance against it?
Yes, thank you for your comment and your questions. First of all, you see open burning like this in that part of the world with there is no garbage in the corners of the streets, but there is open fire pits, and people use that. So, but you have also to have in mind that a lot of the plastic waste in southern countries or emerging countries comes from northern countries due to authorized transportation and also contraband of plastic waste. So there is, if there is less plastic waste in northern and richer countries, there would be less there. But you are right. Some downstream measures have to be also applied to the countries that don't have access to waste management situations, or we have to improve them, passing from open burning to modern way of disposal of plastics. It's stopping because it's a complex issue. There has been some progress. Plastic treaty is still in process. I have faith in that process and the multilateralism, but it takes time. It's just only a 3-year process for now, so it's quite young for international treaties, and you have to have all the countries align on the same position. So for now, there is discussion and tractations about that, but that don't mean that regional solutions and national solutions could not be put in place, and there are some actions from governments in Africa or Southern Asia to prevent single-use plastics, to reduce the use of plastics, and NGOs, of course.
Okay, thank you. I was just told that we have no more time, so we have to close this keynote session. Thank you very much, Hervé. So I think we can continue the discussion to the coffee break.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Hervé. And we will now continue. I want to welcome to the stage for the next session Catarina Magalhães from the Interdisciplinary Center of Marine and Environmental Research, joining online, Wim de Greve from Fiocruz, Brazil, John Delaney from the University of Washington, joining online also, and Susan Roberts from the United States of the Ocean Decade Committee and the National Academies will be moderating the session. Thank you.
Well, welcome to all of you, and I know I have had a chance to thank many people here, but I thought I would also have a chance to thank the audience for hanging in to our conference on Friday afternoon. We have another, I think, very interesting to all of you, and I know I have had a chance to thank many people here, but I thought I would also have a chance to thank the audience for hanging in to our conference. You know, it sounds better twice. Okay. So our first talk is going to be provided online, and that is Katerina. Is Katerina ready? Yes?
Yes.
Katerina, are you still on mute?
Can you hear now?
Now we can hear you.
Oops. I don't know if you can hear me now.
Yes. Could you not hear me?
We can hear you. You can proceed.
So can I start?
Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for the invitation. And I'm sorry for not being able to help you. So I will, in the next 7 minutes I will try to bring the climate change topic into the ocean health by taking you to the Arctic, the frozen part of our ocean. So as we all know, our planet is warming, and there is no doubt that human activities are driving it, since the rise of mean temperatures is directly linked to the intensification of industrial activities, as you can see here represented by the red line. And actually the last year, 2024, was the warmest year since global records. And this is the information that is in the last NOAA reports. But of course, the planet is not warming equally in all regions. And in the Arctic, the temperature increased already 3 degrees above the reference temperatures, which is why in this image that you are seeing here, you can see this red patch around the North Pole. And of course, then the complex question to answer is how our ecosystems react to these thermal shifts. And if we take each of us as an example of an ecosystem, we easily understand that our body, that also harbor multiple species, our microbiome, needs stable temperatures in order to function properly. And of course, when our temperature rises, we develop fever and we need to act by cooling the body or taking medication. And this happens because our entire metabolism and physiology evolved to operate at 36.5 degrees. And similar other biological systems like the microscope algae that starts developing at the beginning of the spring, and from this carpet below the ice that you are seeing now in this picture, also adapt to live at specific temperatures. And these temperatures are the environmental temperatures that in this case are below zero. And so these algae are specialized to live in these below zero temperatures. They produce large quantities of anti-freezing substances that give them the high content of omega-3 in their cells. And thus these tiny but highly nutritious algae, which show many shapes when we see them at the microscope, actually represents an important food source for example, the whole food web, but it will start by these tiny crustaceans that also live below the ice. And these crustaceans, together with the microalgae that also lives below the ice and flourish during the spring, feed the fish that are in the Arctic. For example, the codfish, the Arctic codfish that you see here in this picture, that is much smaller than the Atlantic cod, but play an essential role in the Arctic Ocean ecosystem. So they are the main food source for large fish that support the fisheries. They support the communities and the diversity of birds in these regions. And they also feed the seals. For example, the one that you see here that we took this picture during our previous campaigns. And these seals are actually the food source that ensures the survival of the Arctic top predators, the polar bears. This actually is this tiny and very invisible microalgae. They are only visible when they bloom, and they are very specialized in living in these low temperatures. They form actually the basis of the food web of this immense diversity of the Arctic Ocean that is very interconnected and responsible for the explosion of life during the light season that actually brings the biggest mammals of our ocean to this region. And that's why we see these fin whales and blue whales in our campaigns when we reach this the ice edge area in our campaigns. So these rich and very diverse food webs that also sustain the fisheries from which local communities depend is actually in risk. And this because the Arctic Ocean Ice Platform is disappearing. And so if this is a picture from satellites 3 months ago, from September 10th, and here you can see that the extent of Arctic sea ice had reached the 10th lowest annual minimum ever recorded, and it's far below the minimum levels observed in other years, here represented by the yellow line. But besides these drastic changes in Arctic Ocean ice platform, glaciers and the large ice sheets like the ones in Greenland that we can see here in this map are actually shrinking also and contributing to the sea level rise already mentioned in multiple presentations in this conference, and affecting the coastal areas by transforming, transporting many substances to the coastal that starts circulating in our ecosystems, like microbes, pollutants, and nutrients because of the thawing of the permafrost also. So in fact, this glacier that you are seeing now shrinks 2 kilometers since we start our campaigns in the Arctic. So we usually start our campaign, we have a station nearby this glacier, and this campaign starts in 2016. And most of this area that you are seeing now that is water was before covering by ice. And it's also it's becoming also more frequently in these fjords of the Arctic. This is Kongsfjorden in Svalbard. The occurrence of blooms, as has been mentioned in many presentations in temperate and tropical regions. So, and results from, you can see here satellite, the extension of these blooms. This is from 2024, a satellite image in Kongsfjorden. And results from our collaborative studies and from our monitoring programs show that these blooms, this specific bloom was from a new order of microalgae. So this was actually mentioned also by Victor in his presentation, that some of these blooms are actually promoted by, different species that are new for science. And this was the case when we did the analysis, the genomic analysis for this bloom in July and June 2024. We found that this is a new order of microalgae. So we are describing now, and this also give us, information that we don't know too much about, the impact of this bloom in the ecosystem, because we are still understanding the physiology of this specific group. So these are actually just some examples of the transformations occurring in the Arctic that I would like to bring here, creating, of course, very complex scientific challenges with global implications in climate, whole ecosystems, of course, in societies, and of course in human health. And of course, meeting these challenges requires a broad cooperation, and the International Arctic Science Committee, the IASC, and its working groups are central role for fostering this collaborative work, and to fully engage the scientists, stakeholders, and indigenous community across all dimensions of the Arctic research. That have been also, these groups are been also in close collaboration with some initiatives of Ocean Decade, like the Arctic Regional Action Plan. And of course, as we approach the 5th International Polar Year in 2032, this is probably the right moment to intensify our collaborative and inclusive work to understand and respond to these rapid Arctic changes that have global impacts. And Portugal will contribute to this effort by organizing in 2028 the forum of Arctic science discussion, the Arctic Summit Week, with, of course, a very active role of young polar researchers. And of course, you are all invited. So thank you so much for your attention. And I think.
Thank you so much, Katarina. And now our next speaker is Wim de Graaf, and he will take us to the opposite, I believe.
I'll try to keep track of time. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk in our exciting meeting. Thanks for the organizers and as our thanks also for the audience and contributions on our very interesting discussion. I will point to some specific topics related to human health, animal health, and ocean health. synthesized in Blue and Health. There are a lot of specific aspects that have not been talked about, actually. For example, the impacted population of everything that happens in relation to the ocean has a lot to do with the original fisher people, coastal and riverine inhabitants, people that live on islands, and they are obviously the most vulnerable population. It's important to know that international waters versus territorial waters, which are 12 nautical miles out of the coast, and then 200 nautical miles for the exclusive economic zone. These are important legal concepts which have to do, for example, with the aspects of bioprospection, biodiversity, analysis, and so on. Okay, human health, we have seen a lot of different aspects in the talks for the last 2 days, not only about food security, but also resilience against extreme events. We have seen a fairly important increase of extreme events, both from floods and winds, and also tsunamis, actually. Animal health, we have seen several discussion points on that today, and the ecosystem health as well. Original populations are very vulnerable, and they're continuously being displaced. There's a lot of traditional communities also, but more recent residents, and then the growth of cities on the coastal regions and metropoles. They have a very profound impact, social impact on the population, and also obviously on the degree of pollution, not only plastic pollution, obviously, but also sewage and other interventions in local ecosystems. A few specific points which have not been mentioned, but which are fairly important. Obviously, oil and chemical spills have a profound impact, especially with all the pipelines and oil productions at sea. We also see, obviously, extreme tourism, which has an important impact. I'll go into that a little bit more, but there's a lot of land speculation with subdivisions and constructions, resorts, and so on. Everybody has seen in his own country small fishermen villages being transformed in resorts, and in a coastline full of big apartment blocks. Yeah, we see that specifically also in Brazil continuously. And that has a very strong impact, obviously, also on the happiness, the state of landscapes, and the psychological well-being of people. Leisure and sports that have to do with water sports are very important. And also energy production with the windmills, tides as a source of energy. Besides oil, obviously, are increasingly important. What else I should mention? A lot of original populations lose part of their population because most of the young people, they go away from the little villages, they go to the little cities, and this impoverishes strongly the social structure in coastal original populations. And then we have had some mentioning of invasive species, fish and other bentonic organisms that are invasive and that have an important impact. Just to mention, for example, bivalves that get into the turbines of water systems, of nuclear refrigeration systems, and so on. So ocean warming and acidification, as we have just seen, the Arctic has an increased speed of warming. The same is true for the Antarctic, and I'll show a little bit on our work on Antarctica. A lot of zoonosis. We know that most of the human diseases, and especially the pandemic diseases, are due to zoonosis. More than 60% actually, or 70%, and pandemic risks, we have seen increased pandemic waves and risks, and this has to do a lot, obviously, with also with the ocean animals, birds, and I'll show a little bit about that later on. So a lot of pathogen transport is actually through marine systems. Just as an example, I couldn't keep from that. If you see the transformation of such a landscape into such a landscape in let's say 10 years' time or 20 years' time, this is actually an anecdotic example of a city in Brazil where they constructed buildings that high that they took away the sun of the beach. So the solution for that was to extend the size of the beach. But this is a map of Brazil with the coastal line, 8,000 kilometers of coast, but with the extension of the exclusive economic region. Obviously, Brazil has a very large ocean territory. Okay. There are obviously a lot of islands and people that live on islands which are directly threatened by raising sea levels. This hasn't received that much attention, but is really a very important problem, and a lot of countries and big cities are very close to are on a very threatened situation there. Bioprospection, I will not go into that, but we have seen some very interesting examples of bioprospection and secondary metabolites that can be analyzed and transformed in new drugs. Extremophiles from the sea are used in all molecular diagnostic tests, as you probably know. So there's a lot of future in bioprospection, scientific methodologies from genomics, metabolomics, bioactivity screening, and then the transformation of that through heterologous expression of synthetic biology in new pharmaceutical products is a very important issue. These biotechnological applications can be found in all fields, from pharmaceutical to biomaterials, industrial enzymes, bioremediation, and there's a lot of research to solve the plastic problem through bioremediation, trying to find microorganisms that eat plastics, but this is obviously, it's not a very sound, it sounds as an attractive strategy, but it's not a very sound scientific way of polluting and then trying to solve the question in this way. Just to show the Antarctic influence on the weather. Here, the southern tip of South America, and a lot of the pressure systems here in the south of Africa. A lot of the pressure systems come from Antarctica, and obviously it has a profound influence on the currents and temperature currents in the world. So Antarctic and Arctic heating is something very worrisome. Antarctica, how it would look like without the ice cap. We know that a lot of countries have actually, there are 29 countries now that are consultative parties of the Antarctic Treaty, and nearly all of them have research stations in Antarctica, as well as Brazil with a research station over there. So Fiocruz has a our institute has a research laboratory, organized a biosafety laboratory in the research station. We have a project for monitoring potential pathogens in Antarctica and the health of wildlife in Antarctica. And we also obviously look at bioprospection and how the ecosystem is built. We have a lot of different laboratories and from virology, people from bacterial or helminth or fungal studies. A lot of lichen prospection we also do. They are very interesting organisms. Usually people don't know a lot about lichens, but they're really they're omnipresent, let's say, in nature. And we also have scientific collections that collaborate and that store our samples. So our One Health surveillance is our primary purpose there, but also the bioprospection, capacity strengthening in polar science, and education and popularization of science, because a lot of school books actually omit Antarctica on their maps, which is surprising. So it's a lot of field work, obviously, a lot of sampling. This is our research station in the winter, our biosafety laboratory there. There's a lot of preparation, obviously, to do field work there, both in the preparation of materials, discussion and all the planning, the capacity building of the young students to participate, and then obviously the sampling with the birds and penguins, and all the lab work. This is just an example of in 2023. This is not from Fiocruz work, but I thought it was very well explained, where the progression of H5N1 influenza virus along the Pacific coast of South America in 3 months' time practically reached from Peru, the coast of Peru, the southern tip of South America, and went up again along the coast of Argentina, Uruguay, and the south of Brazil, killing on its way hundreds of thousands of sea animals, birds, and but also sea lions and sea elephants. There have been cases on Antarctica last year, and we are very worried that there will be many more cases this year, but that remains to be seen. So we are very alert to detect that. We do a lot of analysis, virome analysis, for example, in lakes, in excreta from penguins, where we find different organisms, histoplasma, for example, detection in Deception Island on Antarctica. That's our research ship and the station there. The lichens we investigate all over, so we're making kind of catalog of lichens. We do metagenomic analysis of those, and they're obviously also important and well known as an indicator for air quality, and a lot of production of secondary metabolites. So we have stocks of our biological material, a lot of computer analysis, obviously, of genomic data, and a lot of publications on the issue. So thank you very much for your attention. We have a lot of collaboration with different institutes, and we're always looking and very much open to further collaboration, obviously. So we should all work together towards a sustainable blue future. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Wim, for that beautiful talk. It's very Loved seeing those images. And now we're going to our last speaker, John Delaney. And we'll say that John is a member of the U.S. National Committee for the Ocean Decade. So it's really a pleasure to welcome him to our meeting now. So John, are you ready?
Almost. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you see the initial slide?
Now we can. It just came up. So you're ready to go. Oops, or you were.
There, is that?
Okay, it's back again. Yes. Yep, you're ready.
Okay. All right, what I'd like to share with you is an idea, maybe a vision, and backed with a great deal of hope. And I appreciate the guidance that I received from the Ocean Studies Board to flesh out the ideas I'm going to share with you. I'm going to move fairly quickly through a suite of slides, but to begin with, I wanted to help define what is an urban sea system. We think of it as the marine sector and a port city plus small towns and villages, but it also includes the entire drainage basin that is associated with those systems. So that we are defining it somewhat differently than just looking at a port city. Where are they located? These things are all over the world, exactly where you would expect on the shorelines, and there are well over 200 of these kinds of port cities that line the continental shelves. Most of them are threatened at one level or another by sea level rise, and to first order, all of them seem to be bleeding some level of pollutants, many of them plastics, but we don't know a great deal about everything else that may be flowing out of these systems into the global ocean on a routine basis. The red dots are 10 million people or more, and it all goes all the way down to 100,000 people. So how does a global ocean network actually work? These cities are central to the well-being of most of the human race because of the trade and the market system that we have that is a global system. Here's an estimation of where the people are located. Here are some of the large cities I've talked about on the coastline. Here is the way that the money moves back and forth across the world. It's on fiber optic cables. About 98% of the transoceanic digital communications are by submarine cables. And in 2001, it was close to $30 trillion. We're talking about a lot of money moving around the planet. We're also talking about a lot of goods. And what's in orange or red or gold are the ship tracks for 1 year in the global ocean. So curiously, the ocean is central to what we're talking about here. The bottom of the ocean is where the money and the orders move back and forth. The top of the ocean is where the goods, either raw or manufactured goods, move back and forth. So to a first order, here's a quick summary of what I've just said. These urban sea systems involve a great many interdependent activities and processes, and they have many, many, many different stakeholders, not all of whom are heard from, by the way. They are systems of systems, meaning they're very complex. In search of optimal stewardship for these globally distributed systems that are so important to the economy, we have to look at ways to, one, preserve and enhance the economic vitality. We don't want to do any harm to that, maybe improve it, but we also want to mitigate and reverse the ecological decline that every one of these systems has been involved in at the margins of the continents that they are on. There's much to be said about that. We also want to address national security, both from natural disasters as well as potential invasion of one form or another by hostile groups. And finally, most important perhaps for this group, is we need to optimize both social justice and population health. So if we're going to learn to become optimal stewards, not just for these systems, but for the planet itself, these are the hotspots of both pollution and trade. So a lot of money and a lot of problems radiate from these more than 200 systems. Okay, but every one of these is a study in complexity, and that's a problem. Each urban sea, however, is unique in terms of its geographic location, its setting, the culture, industries, populations. So the question is, how do we capture and balance many of the complexities that are involved in the sustainable stewardship of these crucially important systems? Well, my suggestion that we think carefully about something that has recently received a lot of attention. In fact, the National Academy of Sciences in the U.S. has recently published, about a year and a half ago, a 200-page document on digital twins, not talking about only how good they might be, but also what their problems are. So what is a digital twin? It's a virtual model created to accurately replicate a real system, an item, procedure, and it's called a digital twin. It could be, I suppose it could be a digital relative, it could be something else, but for now the term digital twin seems to be stuck in the minds of many. A key element of the instantiation of these things has to do with real-time data flow from the actual twin, that is the real world, into the digital twin, which is the computational model of that real world. And they're designed to handle what-if questions. Groups like Martin Visbeck and his group in Germany some years ago started down the path to put together digital twins of the global ocean. Here's how industry has been using them. They don't immediately change things on a big, expensive platform. They try them out in a computer and run the timeline forward rapidly to see how they would function under normal conditions. So this allows continually tracking and simulating real-world assets with the potential of predicting issues. I will move quickly to a cartoon put together by Catherine Soboshinsky, a colleague of mine at Western Washington University. And you can imagine your neighborhood, whether it's in Brazil or it's along the Tagus River, the entire drainage basin, which goes all the way over to Spain in terms of the Tagus, all of the processes that are involved are captured here, or many of them are, put it that way. What I did was go through and identify many of the processes that could be represented by what I call a digital twin module, not a model of the whole thing, but a module of the individual processes. And so if you went through this, you would come up with your own set, but many of them would overlap. And we have very good weather climate systems. We know a great deal about the rate of sea level rise. We're tracking that. We know something about pollution forms. That's been a big topic here. All of these things come together and could be put together in a fashion that a future kind of decision makers, suite of decision makers, hopefully local, would be able to decide how to move forward by balancing all of these factors against one another and making the most intelligent decisions. That's the hope. But a full urban sea system of digital twins would draw upon all of these interacting modules. They all influence one another, some a little bit, but some a lot. Okay, so here's an example, a real-time data flow. For example, we would be collecting data from weather. We'd be collecting data from watershed, everything in the watershed. We'd be looking at the city data. We'd be looking at ocean data. We would put this into a cloud-based data hub, and it would go to locally, not internationally or nationally. It would go locally to a digital twin modeling center. The biggest uncertainty that I see now, and I am not a specialist in this, would be human behavior. That's something for us all to discuss. So here's what the vision is, that once the real-time data begins to flow, each of these, and I've only got a subset of them now represented in a cloud computer, but they all interact with one another. So they begin influencing one another constantly and variably. So that's a really important factor to view these things and think of them as put together. The individual modules are put together by domain experts for weather or manufacturing or circulation of the marine sector or hazards and natural, whatever it is. Domain experts are essential at the first stage. The next stage involves folks that are able to see across the entire forest, so to speak, or across the entire system, to see how these systems begin to interact with one another and to quantify that as a result of drawing upon the input and output from the individual modules. So it could be a Chesapeake Bay. I'm sorry, I have only a North American examples, San Francisco Bay or a Salish Bay, Sea where I live, but it could be something in Brazil, coastline of Brazil, could be Africa. Any one of these would involve the drainage basin, the large ports, the smaller ports, and all of the rural and suburban activities, all of which influence what flows into the global ocean. The ultimate digital twin of the entire system of systems includes constant interplay of the subcomponent modules. The one thing I want to emphasize, which is something I think all of you have a great appreciation for, is the contrast between the slum area and the high-rise areas. In every one of these large cities, there's something like this. This is the most extreme I've seen, but many of you may know more about this than I do. Think carefully about this, because if sea level rises only 2 feet, say the Thwaites Glacier gives way, and several other glaciers in Antarctica actually move as a result of that, within 2 to 4 decades, possibly 2, we would have a potent refugee issue where the people under the blue tarps here on the left will have only one resource, their feet. They will use their feet to get away from being underwater, or having their feet underwater, and they will move toward the right. And when that happens, I don't know what will happen around the rest of the world, but in North America, there's an awful lot of guns. I think we're going to have social unrest at a level that will dwarf what's coming across the Mediterranean now, or coming across our southern borders in North America. These things there are hundreds of millions of people that live in these cities, in these low elevation areas that are not
John, can you finish up in a minute?
Any of the processes that are unfolding. I'm almost done. Thank you,
Okay,
Susan,
thanks.
I appreciate it. So Survey-Urban Sea is unique and complex. On a decadal scale, the comprehensive international effort to optimize stewardship of all these would benefit most of humanity, because progress in urban sea system issues is progress toward alleviating some of the causes and some of the impacts of what I have called changing global weather patterns. You might read climate change, but we all know that there is no such thing as climate change, it's a hoax. All right, finally, this is the final page. The philosophy of Yogi Berra is interesting, but this is my urging of all of us. If we humans can do what was done with the James Webb Telescope and its unfolding sequence, and it's working perfectly 1,000,000 miles from Earth, we can learn how to optimally manage urban sea systems to the benefit of everyone. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, John. So we're going to hold the questions for now, because we do have a speaker who has a tight schedule, and that is Sheila Hammonds from the European Marine Board, and she is also going to be talking online. So Sheila, are you ready?
Hi, yes, I'm ready. Okay, if you want to hold the conversation for now, I'm happy to wait, actually, if you want to have your conversation, because this is 2 separate sessions, so I'm happy to wait. It's not going to take that long, surely. So maybe finish with your discussion and then I'll go.
Well, Sheila, since we do have you up already, I think it will work fine if you go ahead and give your presentation now. And we're all
I can't really hear you guys.
John, sorry. John, can you stop sharing your screen? John Delaney. Otherwise, we won't see Sheila's presentation.
So what's the decision for me to go now?
Yes, now we can see you.
All right. As I was saying, I'm happy to wait if you want to finish your discussion, but I can also do my talk now if that's
Go ahead and give yours, and then we'll have our discussion.
All right. So, can you guys see the full screen?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Perfect. So thank you very much, and thank you all for letting me speak now. So my name is Sheila Heymans. I'm the Executive Director of the European Marine Board, and I was asked to talk about the policy needs that we have for oceans and human health. So I'll start with saying, let me just take this. I'll start with saying the European Marine Board is a science policy think tank. We have a membership organization from marine oceanographic institutes, research funding agencies, and university consortia, 38 members from 19 countries around Europe. And what we do at the European Marine Board is we provide advice to policymakers. That's where we try to make that connection. And one of the ways that we do that is by providing position papers and policy briefs. And the one that's relevant here is the one that we published in 2014 on linking oceans and human health. So this position paper was the first time in Europe where oceans and human health actually became aware of it. After that position paper, there was a research call that came out through the European Commission for which a project called SOPHIE was funded, Seas, Oceans and Public Health in Europe. I suspect there was somebody talking about it earlier, yesterday at least. During this project, we created a strategic research agenda, research and innovation agenda, and we also wrote a policy brief, which I will tell you a little bit about. And then subsequent to that, last year, we brought out a blue paper on how the health of the ocean can improve human health and enhance the well-being in a rapidly changing planet. So I'm going to give you a little bit of the policy outcomes, policy requests that came through these documents. So through SOPHIE, we highlighted that, the ocean can present risks, but it can also have benefits and opportunities. And I'm not going to go into this in any detail because obviously that's what we've been talking about for the last 2 days. And I also saw this graphic come by yesterday when I was able to actually follow some of it online. So this is a graphic that Laura Fleming brought out in a paper in 2019, which highlights the positive and negative impacts and interactions between human health and ocean health. And I'm sure that everybody has seen this before. So in SOPHIE, we basically looked at different ways of understanding what are the research requirements through speaking to the public, through speaking to medical and public health professionals, speaking to the marine community, the tourism industry and policymakers. And through the work that we did there, we created the strategic research agenda that I mentioned, which is really trying to explain to funders, what is the science that's needed in order to advance here. We specifically only focused on 3 human health action areas. The first one was sustainable food and healthy people, then on blue spaces, tourism and well-being, and the third one on marine and biodiversity, biotechnology and medicine. And I think I've heard information on all of these during the last 2 days. In that strategic research agenda, we brought forward quite a lot of policy questions, research questions that still need to be answered. But then we summarized it here in this policy brief, which you can download from our website, where we really highlighted that what is really needed is interdisciplinary and international funding. So not just national funding and not just funding oceans health or human health, but actually that interdisciplinary funding. We also highlighted that we really need medical scientists, public health scientists, marine scientists, environmental scientists, and these communities to work together in this field. Transdisciplinary training is also needed, and it's essential that we have co-creation and engagement with communities, businesses, NGOs, and governments, so that this is all co-created and doesn't happen in silos. So that was the main outcome from this policy brief from the SOFI project. Then I also wanted to highlight the work that came out in this blue paper, which I'm not sure if anybody spoke about. I didn't see it, but I couldn't follow the whole conference. In this blue paper, we actually did a systematic catalogue of the ocean-based opportunities to enhance human health and well-being, and then presented it to policymakers with the evidence that, of how we can achieve this, the actions to improve human health and well-being. In this graphic, we looked at all of the different actions that we've come up with, and plotted it on the time that it would take to actually realize the benefits of the action versus the feasibility. And these are highlighted in different colors because they have different sort of subheadings. And I'll start with the sort of turquoisey blue ones, which is on health. And here we said that we really need actions that support equitable and sustainable marine medicine discovery research, so the research of how we discover the medicines, and we need to promote ocean sustainable healthcare systems. For knowledge, the actions included creating and supporting digital marine DNA libraries, promoting sustainable nutrition sensitive aquaculture and fisheries management, and developing policies to enable behavioral change and foster pro-environmental behavior. On equity, we highlighted that we need to uphold human rights and support human tenure for local communities and indigenous peoples. We need to ensure community participation and co-creation in marine planning. We need to create cross-sectoral linkages to bridge the divides and encourage co-creation. For wealth, we need to identify processes and products that need to be developed as socially relevant, economically sustainable, and environmentally friendly. We need to support sustainable seafood cultivation, such as mollusks and seaweed, and harvesting, and we need to upscale blue care prescription programs. And then finally, for finance, we propose that we should scale up investment in sustainable and equitable ocean economy, incorporate metrics of natural capital and human capital into all the benefit evaluations, and reform the global finance and trade to provide more equitable access to marine resources. So these are all the actions in different domains, but then we also had some overarching actions that are important. The first one is that we really need to protect, restore, and manage ocean biodiversity through ratifying the implementation of the CBD 30x30, the World Trade Organization's agreements on subsidies, and the BBNJ. We also have to combat climate change and eliminate pollution by upholding the UNFCCC's Paris Agreement commitments and the UN Plastic Treaty. And we need to improve measurements or measures to support equity by incorporating evidence and indicators of oceans and human health into all policies and decisions on ocean-human interactions. So these are the kind of high-level actions that came out of this blue paper, and you can download it from the DOI that's at the bottom of the screen. And please do read it and make sure that your nations can try and follow these. And with that, I can just mention that there is a LinkedIn group that we have since the SOFI project, and we have all our information there, and the Marine Board has a newsletter that will always update you on any other European Marine Board efforts. So I think that is all from my side. I'm not sure if I probably went too fast. Sorry.
Yes, thank you so much, Sheila. Can you stay on for a few minutes for questions?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm happy to take it.
So we can take one or two quick questions. I'm looking in the audience.
It was too fast.
Hi, Katrien Lesko at Flanders Marine Institute. It's not a question, but I really want to share this piece of information, talking to what John Delaney, his call for a digital twin for the sea system. I want to share with you that President von der Leyen in 2022 at the Ocean Summit in Brest called for the development of a digital twin of the ocean. 2 years later in Brussels, this pilot was presented. So the digital twin, let's say the European infrastructure for digital twin of ocean, which is not a project, it's a program at EU level with the involvement of 5 directorate generals. So it's DG INPA for international cooperation. So it has an external dimension of the European Commission. DG Mare, DG Research, Technology and Development, so DG Research and Innovation, DG DFIS, and Connect. They all cooperate, and it's actually a digital twin of the ocean involving biology, oceanography, human activities, etc. So I really recommend you to have a look at it. This is work in progress. The digital twin is never ready, but it encompasses the what now, so the real-time component, the what next, so the forecasting, and the what if, so the scenario building. So I think it's also really an interesting recommendation, maybe, of this conference to connect forecasting possibilities for ocean and human health with this tool. I think I will end by saying that this digital twin of ocean is incorporated and will be fully incorporated in Destination Earth. So it's not only about the ocean as a silo, it will be an integrative system for the whole Earth. Thank you, and sorry for not asking a question, but I thought it was relevant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have another question from the audience.
Could I get the name of that person?
Yes, yes.
Katrien Lesko, which is not relevant. I think the important is Mercator Ocean is the partner, together with Flanders Marine Institute and the European Marine Observation and Data Network. So together we are building this European infrastructure for the digital twin of ocean, and you can find it online by using Edito. So European Commission, Edito, whatever, you will get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay, another question from the audience?
Thank you, Juana Jimenez from the Flanders Marine Institute as well. My question is to Sheila. You were mentioning about training. Do you have transdisciplinary training? Do you have any suggestions how to start this type of action, and maybe who would suggest to take the lead on this?
Oh, that's Juana, that's a very, very difficult question. I think it's one of the things that's really hard to do, and I think that quite often universities are very, it's very difficult for them to do this because they're so siloed in a sense. There's such huge machines that's very hard for them to work across departments, for instance. I know that when I used to work at SAMS, that was something that they did really well, because if you have a smaller organization, smaller research organizations, they tend to work quite well together. So I think it's the kind of thing that is probably going to be better done in a smaller place where people can work closer together. For instance, I know that there is a chair for oceans and human health. I'm not sure if he's there, actually, in Spain somewhere. So that's the kind of situation where I think that kind of training will be quite an obvious place to do it. But indeed, if you have just a normal straight university system, it's going to be very hard to have this kind of transdisciplinary training. So I think it's something that really needs to be thought about, and probably, you know, if you had an Erasmus program or something in that field, that would be an obvious way to do it well, I'd say.
The digital twins probably also interfaces with the smart city network, and Rio de Janeiro, for example, is one of the cities that's actively involved in the smart city. Yeah, so.
If I may just mention that actually the digital twin that Anne-Catherine mentioned, there is quite a lot of EU projects that's actually building on this infrastructure that Liz and Mercator is putting together, and Emotnet with all the background data. There's quite a lot of projects that are now looking at how do you build on that to get to the human use side, because the stuff that's done very well with Mercator and Liz is the biology and the physics and the biochemistry. But if you want to really use it as a digital twin, you really need for it to have a human impact kind of handle to it. So I know that there's quite a few projects that's working on that, and specifically the work that through Sophie that looked at fisheries impacts, for instance, the importance of food from the ocean. One of the projects that we're working on is specifically looking at the socioeconomic side of fisheries. So that's a way to get from the digital twin to the human health in that sense, although I don't think it goes far enough to get to human health yet. But that's something that probably needs to be built on and could be a good outcome from this conference as a proposal for things to be funded in the next Horizon Europe, for instance.
I would like to say that I was very aware of the work that was started in Europe, and I'm very thrilled by the progress that's been made on the global approach to urban seas for the ocean itself, the whole ocean. But the focus of my talk had more to do with starting with individual communities that are focused on both the environmental decline as well as the financial power of ports. And it seems to me that these hotspots of both financial benefit and ecological decline are places to focus where the people that are local, well over 200 communities, need to take charge of what's going on locally. The boundary in the ocean, the digital twin of the ocean would be a fantastic boundary condition, but it's also people, which most of whom don't live on or in the ocean, and it's mostly at the interface of continents, well into the continent, where the drainage from the entire continent is what determines the character of the proximal urban sea. So I like to think of them as complementary, although I recognize in a 7-minute, maybe it was a 7.3-minute, Susan, talk, it was hard to cover all the things that have been going on all over digital twinning. And so I apologize if I seem to have left out some of the key things that I do think Europe is well ahead of folks in North America for approaching the digital twins of ocean systems.
Well, thank you, John, for bringing up the time, because I know we're over. And so I want to thank all of the speakers in this session and maybe give them one last round of applause.
Thank you, Susan, for this wonderful session. And let's now enter the last session on this panel. And I would welcome on stage Marta Rodrigues from the National Laboratory of Civil Engineering and Assunção Cristas from Nova School of Law. The session will be moderated by Matt Frost from the UK National Decade Committee and the Plymouth Marine Laboratory.
Okay, thank you. So I think this is the last session with presentations. So it's going to be a slightly truncated session because we've already had one of our speakers in the other session, if that makes sense for everybody, but we have. But I'm really looking forward to this. I think this is a great way to finish with the presentations because we're still sticking to issues around management and science and policy, which I think is so important. So I'm going to hand over, without any further ado, to our first speaker, who is Marta Rodriguez. I will set a timer for 6 minutes 30, which sounds, I'm just a bit worried we're going to run out of time and people will go for flight. So you should hear a beep about 6:30 and then.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for being here today, presenting the work that we are doing at LNEC regarding the digital tools to support coastal management. So we are going to talk a little bit more about digital tools and digital twins. Okay, so coasts and coastal areas are unique places for recreation and leisure. And we heard a lot of that yesterday and today and for our well-being. However, we also heard that contaminated waters, poor water quality can cause illness and pose a risk for public health. And in this way, having an information and an anticipation and early warning of contamination events is important to support management and to reduce risks. And in this context, digital tools can help to support the anticipation of contamination events and the emergency response. They can also support daily economic activities and the recreation of the communities, and they create knowledge to support planning and risk management. And digital twins are emerging in coastal areas as tools to support different types of actors and support the management and the decision and improve decision for different societal challenges. And I also thank the previous communications, who really is my job in explaining what are digital twins. But here are some of the core components that we have been developing here at LNEC towards the implementation of coastal high-resolution digital twins, including reliable observations, reliable near real-time observations, process-based and AI-driven models, and also some services, user-centered services, like the on-demand coastal forecast, open coast service, and the Warsica service on the coastline detection. And today I will talk about one of our most recent services that is a core service for the implementation of coastal digital twins, the Connect Coastal Service. So Connect delivers a local high-resolution coastal monitoring and forecasting service that provides physical and water quality data on Portuguese coastal systems to support environmental protection, human health, and the blue economy. And this is a downscaling service from the Copernicus Marine Service National Collaboration Program. It includes high-resolution operational models for the circulation and the water quality and also particle tracking. It has near real-time in situ observations from local monitoring networks, but also from satellite observation. And all the information is made available for the users in an open access WebGIS portal where the forecasts and the observations are available. And what this service is doing is providing seamless integration from the regional scale to more local scales at the interface between the coast and the land. So here you have an overview of all the components of the service. So at the core, in the blue part, we have the coastal forecast services and all the observations from the in situ networks and the remote sensing data. There are, of course, several external providers of information. And then there are different layers of information that is made available in the WebGIS portal, from maps to time series to indicators that aim to support the implementation of different directives and policies. And in the right, you can see the applications that we have along the Portuguese coastal area. Let me just give very briefly an overview of how the information is presented to the users. So here is a snapshot of the today conditions. We have maps of the forecasts, and then we have time series for the observations, and also a comparison of the observations with the forecasts. This information can be accessed with the detail that the user needs. In particular, it is possible to extract time series at user-selected locations. And a very important feature is that we have comparisons between the model forecasts and the available near real-time data, which allow us to quantify the uncertainty in the forecasts and also to communicate that uncertainty to better support the decision. There is also a layer of more summarized information in the form of indicators. We have statistics, but we also have indicators related, for instance, with the bathing water's quality. These indicators can be the ones that go along with the regulations, so bathing water's quality indicators, but also indicators, and this is an example for fecal indicator bacteria that can access the risk of disease due to exposure, like these ones that are proposed by the World Health Organization. And finally, one of our most recent features is the on-demand simulation of, let me see if I can put this, okay, is the on-demand simulation of passive tracers that allows the user to explore what-if scenarios and also support management. For instance, in the case of a need to do an emergency discharge, it is possible to put a question, okay, so what is the best time for me to do this discharge? Which is the time that causes less impact in the receiving waters? So the users can explore this type of scenarios. And just some final remarks. So Connect is a user-driven coastal service. It provides continuous insight in the status of the coastal waters. It combines forecasts and observations to ensure a transparent communication and quantification of the uncertainty. And we also have this user-centered tool on-demand particle tracking, aiming to support management of the water quality. And finally, it is a very modular service that can be easily extended to other coastal systems and the core toward the digital twins of coastal areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marta. That was an excellent talk and excellent timekeeping too. So we'll have time for questions afterwards. Okay, so our final talk in this session is going to be Asuncion Cristal. So yeah, if you'd like to give the, final talk of the day, I believe so. Thank you. Well, before our keynote.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to be here with you. I imagine that at this time you had already seen a lot of presentations, so I decided not to bring a presentation and just ask for your attention for 6.5 minutes or 7 minutes. I come from the law side, so I'm a law professor, and I teach marine policies at a master's degree in law and economics of the sea. So my angle of analysis is the law and the public policies. And I adopt a vision, well, I have to decide, for this presentation is the European legislation and European policies. And I would start by saying that almost everything that happens on land is reflected in the ocean. We know that, we've heard that, you've heard that for these 2 days. And having this in mind, some years ago, the reports Mission Starfish 2030, Restore Our Ocean and Water, produced under the European Mission Healthy Oceans, Seas, Coastal and Inland Waters, proposed the adoption of the hydrosphere as a concept, the core concept to adopt. So, an holistic view that brings together all the water cycle, and we saw this today, connecting what happens inland to what reaches the ocean. So the idea is a source-to-sea approach. As my first topic, and I guess we all agree on that, we can say that there's no human health in the ocean no human health if the ocean itself is not healthy as well. And we saw that precisely. Everything has to be healthy. This one blue healthy concept is really what we find to be the core issue when we try to link all the data points. If we think about the ocean climate nexus, we know that it impacts directly into the ocean conditions and that it has a boomerang effect on human health as the ocean plays a vital and I would say pivotal role for life on planet. This means that we have to consider first not only the public policies and correspondent legislation that target the ocean directly or that is strictly linked to the ocean, but also, and that's the second part, many other pieces of legislation that have a sound impact into the ocean and therefore into human health. Under the first type, and just for you to have an idea of how broad this is, and I'm just taking a sample, not everything, it would be impossible, but under the first type, among others, I could name the Common Fisheries Policy and related legislation that aims to assure sustainable fisheries and healthy seafood, the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, that is the EU main instrument for achieving a good environmental status of marine waters and addresses namely contaminants, eutrophication and marine litter. The Bathing Water Directive, we saw some images of that sets the quality standards for the designated bathing areas and links directly to public health. The Water Framework Directive that integrates coastal waters up to 1 nautical mile, and all these ideas of the coastal, the CTCs have a lot to do with this, so addresses pollution sources affecting both inland and coastal human communities. The much older Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, so back from the 90s, that controls discharges of wastewater into the environment, reducing microbiological and chemical pollution, and that was recently updated to focus on micropollutants such as microplastics. And under the second type, a few pieces of legislation. We have the Single-Use Plastics Directive, which is quite recent. We have the European Climate Law, which is recent and is right now under revision and states clearly the goals for climate neutrality by 2050 and emissions cutting by 2030 and 2040. The Circular Economy Action Plan and the Zero Pollution Action Plan, which targets microplastics releases and reduction on microplastics releases, 30% by 2030. The Packaging and Packaging Waste Regulation that introduces requirements to minimize microplastics releases. The Soil Health Law, which is still under approval and has to do with pesticides, fertilizers, and so on, and recovering the good health of the soils, which impacts, of course, into water and into the ocean. The Nature Restoration Regulation that imposes 30% of recovery of areas both inland and in the ocean by 30% by 2030, and this in line with the Kunming-Montreal under the CBD. All these, I could say, if we had to organize it, we wouldn't be missing a lot if we said that we can actually bring all this together under this idea of climate, biodiversity and pollution, which actually coincides with the triple planetary crisis. And we can say that all this legislation that applies directly into the ocean or in the coastal areas or inland affects our health, affects the health of the ocean and consequently our health. To deliver solutions and to deliver bold solutions for this, you can imagine that, and this list aims to prove that it is difficult, because on the one hand, it's inevitable. The topics are dense, are scientifically and technically very complex, and it is difficult, not to say impossible, to address them in a simple manner. On the other hand, our present society claims for simple and effective solutions. It is not attractive to say, but there is no simple solution for these problems. And one of the complexities has to do with the scale of intervention, because the ocean is totally interconnected, as we saw also and we all know, which means that the scale of action needs also to be taken into consideration. Independently of that, I would say that there are some topics that we must underline, either if we're talking at coastal, at a city level, or we're looking at a broad picture. We need to have robust science, that is our common ground to build effective solutions, and science-based policies and legislation do require stronger mechanisms for transdisciplinary ocean health research. I guess we need to evolve a lot on that part. Second, the ocean is increasingly crowded, and we saw some pictures. We saw, for example, the cables. We could see what is aquaculture, what is the platforms for oil and gas, what are the different areas for renewable energy, marine protected areas, so on and so on. And we know that these activities and the blue sector is growing. Many of them might have a very good impact on our health. For example, blue biotechnology, using of marine bioresources to bring out new medicines and so on. Clean energy, of course. Not to say our mental and psychological well-being connected to the ocean, but the fact is that bringing this all together demands stricter planning and governance and a great effort to prevent and to resolve disputes, because disputes will grow and will enlarge quite a lot. And third, the call for an holistic approach to ocean governance, I would say that it's far from being exhausted, and the efforts need to continue. In light of this idea that we need an holistic approach, the European Commission has brought the Ocean Pact and has adopted this Ocean Pact this year and presented the idea or the compromise, the commitment to have an Ocean Act by 2027. So a piece of legislation totally devoted to the ocean. But when we look deeper at it, what we see is that, of course, there are some priorities, 6 priorities, one of them being protecting and restoring ocean health in line with CBD, Commune Montreal, and so on and so on. So protect 30% of the areas, create blue carbon reserves, and right now, today, yesterday, the Portuguese government approved a piece of legislation concerning blue forests in Portugal, linked with this idea of having blue carbon reserves. Also implement this idea of stronger source-to-sea actions concerning nutrients, concerning microplastics, and so on. But all of this is something that we can find in all these pieces of legislation and public policies coming either before or after the European Green Deal. What we still don't see there is an effective mechanism for governance. And if we don't find this effective mechanism for governance, which is difficult, I know, possibly we will not improve that much on the different topics. The same applies, we could say, at international level. If we look at the different treaties, at the different multilateral organizations and administrative bodies that have a touch and a say to the ocean, we probably have the same conclusion. And we know how difficult it is to find out solutions that bring all these angles together, all these institutions together, all these people together, to have a more coordinated action and a more, I would say, centralized in the sense of coordination, not in the sense of action. Final note, integration, the idea of human health connected to the ocean as a legal goal, a legal objective of the ocean policy. So moving a little bit beyond environmental status, beyond blue economy, beyond all of these that we already have clearly mapped, might help to build a case in favor of a stronger and coordinated ocean governance. Why? Because I continue to think that the highest problem concerning the ocean is the invisibility of the ocean for common people. The ocean is too far away, although we are coastal cities, is too far away. We don't see the ocean. There's a lot of information to be spread, disseminated through the public opinion, but there's still a lot to be known, to science to bring to us. And the fact is that the ocean, invisible and unknown, is detached from the regular concerns of common people. If we can reveal its effect for the good and for the bad in human health, maybe that will be an extra topic to draw attention, to raise awareness, and to provide a strong case for more action and for a bold, coordinated ocean governance. This might be a turning point into the society and into some more effective solutions, which I feel still lack a lot, although we have plenty of rules, plenty of legislation, enormous amount of public policies. Thank you.
Okay, we're quite tight for time, but they were two really excellent talks. It would be a shame not to at least take a question or two, I think. So I'm going to open it up to the floor. Does anybody have a question for either or both of our speakers? Okay, we have a couple of questions down here. So, Stefan.
I have a question to Marta Rodriguez. Thanks for the great presentation. You mentioned that Connect could be transferred to other regions easily. Is this already done, or what is needed to, what would be a preference region to take that to next areas?
So I didn't go into the details, but all the infrastructure, the forecasting infrastructure, the communication and data download infrastructure was built in a modular architecture. So we can, if we implement the numerical models or process-based models for a given selected region, we can easily apply the service to that region. From the perspective of all the information that is created in the back end. Also, the portal that I show was built with this approach of a modular approach, so it is quite easy, I would say, to add other coastal systems. So it is a question of defining which areas would that be, and we can implement that system. I can also say that the Open Coast service that I didn't show here today in detail is also an open service that allows any user to build its own forecast system. So it is a service that is available online where you can build your grid and you can build your forecast model, your hydrodynamic model or water quality model for your region. And it is also connected to the computational resources of the European Open Science Cloud. So the infrastructure also has the needed computational resources to run the forecasts every day.
Okay, a question over. Oh, sorry, Luis first, and then we'll have one.
Well, it's just a brief question to Assunção, because having been a minister before and a minister connected with the sea, of course, and having read so many policy briefs, we are now preparing an updated policy brief on this subject of ocean and human health. There have been quite a few others before. We are updating it because there are new challenges and so on. And what would it be your recommendation as someone who has gone through so many policy briefs that we should use when we approach, when we try to do something that we want ministers to read? You have any key ideas that you said, okay, don't do this, don't do that, and go on this way?
Well, I think governments and ministers are very sensitive to what public opinion says. What interests normal, common people is normally what drives the attention of governments, in democracies at least. My point is, it is a good angle to bring awareness to the ocean through the lenses of health, because health is something that people value a lot. It might be even a very good opportunity to put into the top of the agenda a lot of things that we know that are important, we know that are vital, but people don't feel like that. So raising awareness through this linkage and then approach the government with this idea, I think it will be a good one.
Thank you. We had a question over here.
So this is a comment and a question also to Assunção. I loved your presentation, and we have been speaking here about if it would be the moment to create a kind of IPCC for ocean and health, specifically for that. But I would like to ask you more at the European level, if you see now was the opportunity to create some intergovernmental European thing for ocean governance, like, for example, in space. You have the European Space Agency, and then you have a single directorate of the European Commission connected to space. So space is there is some coordination, but about the ocean, it is split between the GMARE, which is more fisheries and quotas and things like that, and DG research. And the ocean requires some holistic analysis involving all that, and as we see, health. Because in fact, as you said, health is the first thing that commands citizens' attention. Everybody cares about health. We always had the intuition when we started the ocean literacy projects like Sea Change. It was our ocean, our health. It was that we should have attracted attention to the ocean through the health. So do you think now would be the time to create something, some ocean governance?
Thank you for the question. I think that if it is not now with an Ocean Pact and an Ocean Act, I don't know when it will be. What do we need more to move into that direction? Because it's not only research and science and aquaculture and fisheries, it's also environment, but it's also transports, it's also industries and cities and the impact of cities in the ocean. So really need to have an holistic view. You need to have something that is above what already exists, with that specific angle of looking at the ocean in the integrated area. And the coastal areas, of course, have an enormous impact. We cannot talk about the ocean if we put aside the coastal areas. But we know it is difficult to do. So it needs to be something really strongly felt by European Commission to advance with this kind of idea. I wouldn't say it's only an agency, it's more of a coordinated action very centrally, could be with an agency, but more important that is a coordinated action and someone that takes care and looks after it.
Thank you. Gosh, I'll take another couple of questions. Lucia will tell me if I need to stop. Oh, one more, okay. If you mean really quick. Sorry.
Good afternoon.
I don't have a question. My name is Bruno Brun, Ugarup family name. I love snorkeling, surfing, scuba diving, and underwater photography. I came from University of Azores, where I currently pursued a PhD in marine science and developing my first scientific article titled just the impact of marine blue spaces on human health and well-being, a systematic review. I come to this field with a dual background as a nurse and biologist, and at my 62 years old, I remain deeply committed to understand how the ocean contributes to human health. My research shows a remarkable increase in scientific interest in the ocean and human health domain over the last decade, and clear evidence that marine blue space promote both mental wellness. In Portuguese, we don't have explained wellness. It's total well-being and physical health. My preliminary results indicate that blue spaces benefits reduce stress, including the degrees of cortisol, the primary stress hormone, increase physical activity, enhance connection with nature, improve quality of life, particularly among older adults and coastal population.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
That was a nice summary of the interest there. So what we'll do, we'll take the question behind as well, and then I'll get last maybe comments from here on both. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the presentations. My name is Carla. I'm from Brazil. I work at Oswaldo Cruz Foundation, Fiocruz, in the One Health approach. So I'd like to congratulate everyone because the One Health approach has been mentioned several times during the meeting. And as Wayne and Andre have mentioned as well, we are working in what we are referring to as the Blue One Health Initiative. And we are a very large health institution in Brazil. And I just would like to say that we are available and would be more than happy to collaborate with the ocean science people, professionals, bringing light to the relevance of the ocean in the One Health approach. And something that I think that would be interesting for being working on is that, I don't know if everybody's aware about that, but since COVID-19, there is a One Health high-level experts panel that is, it was created from a tripartite movement. And then every country that is related to the United Nations is being stimulated to have a joint plan of action in One Health. So something that we are doing in Brazil is to put the ocean, to include the ocean in our joint plan of action in One Health. So I think it's something that is very important. So yeah, just an example, and just to say that we would be happy to collaborate. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Well, I think there's some really nice suggestions here. I'm not sure we need to come back on that now. I think that's absolutely fine. I think you'll agree that this has been a really nice session. It's clearly stimulated a lot of discussion. I'll be sad to draw it to a close. So clearly two excellent talks by Alison, Chow and Marta. So I'm sure you want to join me with thanking them once again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And now we are welcoming our last keynote. So Peter Hagen joining us from the Institute of Marine Research. Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for having me and for people to stay on during a late Friday afternoon. When I was invited to speak at the very end, of course, I was thinking, not to delve too deeply into details at the end of 2 long days, and also maybe to try to be able to lift sort of the perspective a little bit. I wanted to also maybe have an opening to reflect on what has happened over the last 2 days. But of course, I had to prepare my presentation in advance, so bear with me. I think there will be not much overlap, perhaps with one exception, previous talks, but I hope that we can get some kind of, not summary, but looking into the future also from this final perspective. Yes, I come from the Institute of Marine Research in Norway, also University of Bergen. I've been introduced earlier as one of the lead experts for the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. I've been doing that for the last 7 years, and get back to that. I should say that right now we have Matt Frost, who was leading the former session. He is now stepping in as one of the 3 lead experts of the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy. So that's being taken over very well, I think. A new assignment I have is to be chair of something called JPI Oceans, Joint Programming Initiative Oceans, 15 European countries, which is also in this space of creating joint actions for crucial issues for the ocean. So maybe that can also be useful for the topic that we have here. But I'll go into, well, what we do at IMR: fisheries, aquaculture, sustainable harvesting and so on, ecosystems, and seafood. And I think when we talk about the ocean science community, we are sort of more skewed towards fisheries, aquaculture, and seafood than to the other aspects of human health that have been discussed in these days. But as we have seen, and congratulations to the organizers for making this, there are so many other aspects of human health that are not related to seafood. But we tend to be skewed towards that. I think a challenge we have is to include these more medical and other disciplines into our ocean science community, and maybe also into the ocean science decade. So that's just a reflection at the start here. I said the ocean panel. It was created 7 years ago by the Norwegian Prime Minister. Then there were 14 heads of state coming together. Now there are 19. Actually, this map is not quite up to date because Brazil joined just last month during COP, and I haven't been able to get the latest map, but there are now 19. The thing which is very special with this one is that it's the heads of state, the prime ministers and presidents who come together. And they are, as you know, responsible for everything inside their own exclusive economic zone. And they have commissioned over the years a number of papers from experts, and I've been happy enough to be involved in sort of organizing some of that work. And that is a science policy interface which is a little bit special for the ocean. It hasn't been too many of those. It's been a pleasure to interact with those ministers and typically the Sherpas for the heads of state could be ministers. We have Ricardo here. He was a minister of the sea for Portugal, and he was that for a period. So that's been very, very interesting. We produced a number of papers to underpin the transformations agenda that these countries then agreed to back in 2020. And I bring that up here now because look at the 5 pillars over there. I'm going to come back to those 5 pillars: ocean health, ocean wealth, ocean knowledge, but also ocean finance and ocean equity. They are considered equally important to create a sustainable ocean economy. And the kind of key thing coming out of this panel is the so-called 100% approach. 100% of the area under national jurisdiction to be sustainably managed. What I want to say with this is that when we did this back in 2020, we did not have an ocean and human health paper for it. We've heard today, you know, it started back in the late 90s in big centers in the US. We've had it, the European Marine Board report 2020, but it didn't make it to the first papers we did. The ocean panel after that, you know, back in 2022 and the Lisbon UN Ocean Conference, we presented a paper on tourism, which is the biggest ocean economy sector. It was also not produced initially. In this present year's UNOC in Nice, we presented a paper on marine carbon dioxide removal, which is kind of something that has emerged more on the scene. But back last year in this decade conference, the paper that also was mentioned by Sheila Heymans, by Laura Fleming, Landrigan and others, on ocean and human health. And why did we do it there? We did it then because we thought this was an issue that needed to be lifted up, and now it was a commissioned paper by this panel. So it was a demand-driven thing from the political leadership that they wanted it. And we decided it was a good place to launch it during the Decade Conference, because we knew there had been a number of attempts in creating attention to ocean and human health, but it wasn't really in the agenda. And it also wasn't, as we heard earlier today, properly in the UNOC this year, even though it was tried to lift it up from the science community. What I mean to say from this one is look at the titles to the right there of the chapters. Ocean opportunities. That's something we always done for the ocean panel. We ask the experts to identify opportunities for action. It's very hard to make scientists do that sometimes. Scientists like to create papers where they describe problems and research needs. What about opportunities for action? And I think you should look at all of those, and because a lot of care was put into this, deciding on what those four headings would be: medicine and biotechnology, food security, physical, mental health and social well-being, and then aspects of the ocean economy sectors that deal with equity, that deal with the things we've talked about here. The poorest people are those who get the least good seafood. They are the ones who are sort of exposed to difficulties. And I want to also leave you with the three actions on the bottom there, overarching importance that came out of this if we want to improve human health and enhance well-being. Protect, restore and manage biodiversity, combat climate change and eliminate pollution, improve measurement and support equity. All of the things that we'd like to do, you can justify those by their effect on human health. So that's why I think the title of my talk here is the main message I want to bring back, that yes, we should really conserve the ocean in order to achieve human health. Again, Sheila had this one up. What I want to emphasize here is that, and I'm sorry it's a little bit blurred, the horizontal axis there is not the time when you should start doing these things. It's the time taken if you start now to realize the benefits, and the feasibility on the left hand. Maybe it's a little bit difficult to see, but you see the 5 colors there are exactly the 5 pillars of the ocean panel. So all of these actions, they relate to the 5 pillars of the ocean economy, some to developing the ocean economy, and some to more specific things in for example, ocean health. But look, for example, on the upper left, I'm sorry, it's a little blurred, probably my fault. It says something about seaweed cultivation. Can be done on short term. It will have high feasibility. It will support, human health. And some of the overarching ones are also there in gray, in addition to the more specific 5 categories. All right, so you can maybe, I urge everybody to go back to that paper and look at this. Maybe you want to discuss, are these more feasible than others? Which are the best ones? I think at least there was a lot of effort put into sort of identifying what these options would be and how we could work with them. Coming back to aquatic food systems, this is just a figure we made a year ago to illustrate that, it's not only about safe and nutritious food to get it out of the sea, to identify it and measure it and get it out of the sea, but it's the whole value chain of the food systems. And that includes, packaging, transport, avoid waste and all of those things, and bringing it to the people in order to provide food security. Of course, food security for population is much more than safe and nutritious food. It's also making it into the diets. It's making it available in an affordable way. And we have made some progress, I think, in the decade in that respect, starting with one of the 10 challenges being to feed the world, contribute to feeding the world, and now being to nurture the world. But maybe there's something to build upon there that could look more into the holistic human health aspect. I would like to mention one initiative here and then come back to the Ocean Panel in a different angle. One thing that has been tried over some years is to create more attention to seafood in the global food system. There was a UN food system summit some years ago, and it's still really, really hard to get ocean food into the food agenda. What has been tried again by Norway some years ago, back at the first UN Ocean Conference, it was launched this Global Action Network with a very long name, to look at again these nutritional aspects, not only feeding the world, but making micronutrients and things that are from the seafood more known and appreciated. And this was connected not to the Ocean Decade because it wasn't started in 2017. There was a decade of action on nutrition. Recently, that one has been extended, and that means that we have also this connection between the UN Decade of Ocean Science and the Decade of Action on Nutrition, and this network will go on to try and promote that particular aspect of ocean and human health. And I urge you all to sort of look up on their website. They're actually supporting this conference also. This map looks impressive. It's not necessarily very active contribution from all of these countries, but people from all of these countries have been involved in network activities. I think this is one tool we can use, and it may not be enough. It's not necessarily doing the trick of lifting everything to the highest level of the political agenda, but it's there, and it's something that can be used. Moving on a little bit, when we move into what agendas are we affecting? Are we the global agendas, the regional, the national? This is a recent paper looking at on polar climate changes and how that affects the population. And again, it affects very differently, even if the physical changes are the same. The impacts of indigenous communities, for example, and rural and urban populations are quite different. So there's a global scale, there's also a regional scale. And again, from the same paper, the physical changes that occur in this region, they have regional direct and indirect health effects. They have also direct global health risks and then indirect global health risks. I don't think we should try to fix that. It's rather blurred now. I'm sure you can get a better version on the website afterwards when I produce a PDF. I don't know why this happened. My point is not to dig into details of polar physical changes, but to say that there are also these things when we deal with this agenda. Some agenda items have to be dealt with on a regional basis because there are different impacts happening there. And then I wonder, and this is maybe a little bit more sort of perhaps not something you'd expect me to talk about, but how do we mobilize for ocean and human health? Justice aspects, and that's not only justice for humans, maybe also justice for non-humans has to be brought into the picture, has to do with what kind of worldview and how do we recognize the value of nature, not only for ourselves, not only for the human health, but for nature having its own values. So there are these perhaps a little bit more marginal topics to address as well. But I think if we want to lift the topic of ocean and human health up to a higher position on the global level, we have to recognize that it requires more effort. We have some promising avenues like what the Ocean Panel has recognized its importance, the heads of state there, the possibility to work globally in action networks. But I want to take this history of sustainable ocean planning of 100% of the ocean area, which is actually the Ocean Panel main commitment. That was created 5 years ago. 5 years ago, the Ocean Panel members then said, we will do this, we will take this 100% approach. And again, I'm not necessarily saying you should study all the details of what this is, but it's a commitment then made that we try to then move into the wider agenda, bringing it up to the UN level and so on, and making sure that this is something that others could consider as well. It's only this year, 5 years later, that sustainable ocean planning is now, and sustainable ocean planning and management has now made it first to the IOC and the 152 member states. Strategy now to achieve 100% sustainable ocean management. That took 5 years. It took 5 years, but it's happened. And it's also, if you go back to UNOC this year, the final statement from the UNOC, which is presented to the General Assembly and will make it into probably the resolution now. There we have promoting sustainable ocean-based economies. We have sustainable ocean plans. We have acknowledgement of the commitments of some coastal states to ensure 100% of ocean areas under national jurisdiction. Okay, and there is an alliance that supports this. I think if we want to lift ocean and human health to such a global recognition, we need to put effort into it. We need to recognize that some of these processes take time, and we need to look at ways of working with coalitions of the willing and before trying to get everybody on board. And maybe we will not get everybody on board, but we have to look at mechanisms that can bring a majority of people on board. Still, we are there that this is on a national level, and this is actually from a presentation I gave when I discussed sustainable ocean planning in the Pacific in Fiji a few weeks back, where there are countries who share big ocean space. Can you, work together to create sustainable ocean plans across national boundaries? And I also talked about some of this in the US, where we have a federal system where not necessarily the federal level is interested in doing this, but the individual states can actually maybe have action to do this on a subnational scale. This sort of mirrors, I think, to some extent, the discussion we're having on ocean and human health. How can we deal with it on a legal and a jurisdictional basis? And now, only last month, we produced a full handbook on sustainable ocean plans. Again, took several years to sort of get there, that we know what this is, we have an agreed definition, and now it is available. So I'm hoping we can make something somewhat similar to that. It's urgent. The ocean environment is deteriorating. This is also from a recent paper saying that by some means, some ways of measuring human impact on the environment, its cumulative impacts to global marine ecosystems would double by mid-century. So it's urgent to get this going, because these things destroy the ocean environment and therefore also the prospects for human health. So we need to conserve, we need to restore. This is actually my final slide. You saw it earlier also. I think this is where we should be going. We should look for opportunities. There are many things that go across. I mentioned seaweed earlier. Seaweed can also be used to make plastic or to exchange for plastic. So you can use it for food. But you have to be aware, as that earlier talk said, on the potential dangers in it. So I think look at these opportunities, take the bigger ones and communicate it to the policymakers at the highest level, and then go back and look at how we can organize the science to support it. I think making the messages through to the policy level is the number one thing. So final comments. The ocean holds great potential in tackling global crisis, climate change, biodiversity, but the fact that it can also address health crisis, disease, mental health and malnutrition hasn't been up on the agenda. We had an ocean-based climate solutions report many years ago on the ocean panel, which created a lot of attention. We haven't really got there when it comes to these other things with the health crisis. And I think those who work in the healthcare sector are uniquely placed to call for greater protection of the ocean. That's the title of my intervention, to safeguard and improve human health. And I think the healthcare sector is an underutilized ally from us in the ocean sector to make sure that we protect the ocean. So, as also has been said by others, medical and ocean experts need to work together to create greater awareness of the ocean role in human health and well-being, and urge action to protect the ocean before it's too late. We need to engage individuals, communities, businesses, policymakers, and the healthcare sector. And if we do so, we can realize a sustainable, healthy future for humans and the ocean. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Peter. I completely forgot to control the time. I don't know which time you took, but it was very, very, very good. And now I wonder if the audience want to put some questions. Yes, please, Matt.
Thank you. Yeah, great talk. Thank you, Peter. Twice now we've seen the diagram from the report, which shows the actions which are highly feasible and ones that we could do immediately, and then the various priorities around that. You kind of put that question to us, like maybe we need to talk about that, but I'd like to throw that question back to you. Out of all of those actions, I mean, some of them it's saying they're highly feasible and need to be done now. So which ones would you choose? And also, are you aware of any that are already underway in this list of actions?
I think I pointed to the one to the upper left there, which is support, what's it, bivalve and seaweed production. That's, I think, still agreed to be something that we can do. You've seen the expansion in Asian countries on that, on the production. It's something that's still underutilized in the rest of the world. We need to be careful about the various contaminants and so on. But it certainly can be used and supported. Non-fed aquaculture is another word of looking at this, not avoiding some of the difficulties with feed. I think what is said about human rights to the lower here, uphold human rights and support marine tenure, shown to be, said had to be low feasibility. I think that's really important. Human rights is not everything, but it relates to part of the equity issues. There are other things with equity that you should also do, not only the human rights aspect. I think that's really important. I question whether the feasibility is so low as it's said here. I don't know. You put me to the test here. I think support marine drug discovery research is an obvious, it's almost a no-brainer, and probably it should be possible to fund it. That's where we've had some funding, but more is needed. But it has to be done in the right way so that it be made available. I think this is also predates BB&J. It doesn't say specific things about the deep sea. Maybe we should develop some agenda more on the deep sea aspects, because, as was also said before, the global common heritage of humankind is also an aspect that links to some of these other agendas. I think all of these are viable and should be looked at. I don't think there are anybody that should be moved out of the thing here. Mind you, though, that some of the things which are sort of within the science sector are probably a little bit easier. Support the digital DNA libraries. Nobody would be against that. human rights violations, equity are much more difficult social problems. So we need to make sure we get the right people and right institutions involved in the different issues, because they will be very different. So detailing that down, I think, is what I would put emphasis on, perhaps rather than selecting or discarding some of them. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. There is any other question? I have some questions or some curiosities. I'm sorry, I have some questions or some curiosities, but it's a kind of personal curiosity. As you mentioned, I was in this representative of the Prime Minister between 2019 and 2022, and I enjoyed very much being on the panel, because with me, I was a scientist and not properly a minister. I was a last chance minister. And one person that I find really engaged in those times was your Prime Minister, really engaged. And I wonder, and the work that was be done, well, all these reports at the time of the panel, very interesting reports. Meanwhile, this big interest on 100% ocean properly managed and sustainably managed. My curiosity is, how is doing the panel these days, this enlarged panel, how the ministers are engaged on this. And I must say that, in fact, ocean is a poor matter. We are on presidential elections, and there is debates every day between candidates. There is not a word about the sea and the oceans. But I believe that the risks now that the sea represent to health, and you had these sessions today, may awake the citizens about that. That's not the way we want. You want to see the sea as a pleasure for the citizens. I don't know. And, but I would like to know if you can say about the involvement of the ministers these days with this very complex situation that we are living. And that's why I say that, okay, 100% is really optimist, but we are destroying the Black Sea. We are now being engaged in a new war in the Caribbean with guns and machines and so on. We don't know in the China Sea and so on. And now I'm not in the politics. I'm a free citizen, a free scientist. I can say these bad things.
First, I'd like to say it's your president, the Portuguese president, was addressing this conference yesterday morning, which is a good sign that there's interest from politics.
He's not part of the panel.
No, okay, but it's a little. but I think well, also what the Ocean Panel has done with this kind of main thing is to mainstream it into the sort of general the UN level, and with the IOC and with the UN General Assembly. I think maybe, and this is my completely personal feeling, I think as the world changes, relationships between different countries changes. We have a different situation now than we had 5 years ago in terms of geopolitics. I think we need to think carefully about, what ocean issues we can make all countries sort of agree on. Because that is needed. That is needed by all countries. We need UN support for issues. And then what issues that need to be brought forward by coalitions of the willing, maybe outside of the UN system. Because you cannot expect to have 152 member states of IOC or 196 in the UN to agree on everything. And somebody needs to show the way, and to show the way by opportunities and advantages is a very sort of fruitful way of doing it, and which kind of the core idea of the Ocean Panel, which I think was what triggered the Prime Minister of Norway to start the whole thing. Now, how much interest there is from minister level in this now? Yes, we had, but well, I think if you look at the budgets in many countries nowadays, it's more defense, security, but also health. health is another issue that is coming up in many countries. It's really high on the agenda. We have hospitals, we have care for the elderly. The population is going older and older in many of the more affluent countries. Yeah. So I think again, ocean and human health is very timely. There have been good attempts in the past, but when to reach policy level, maybe I shouldn't teach you. You are more policy experienced than me, but I think in real estate there are three things that matter. It's location, location, and location. In policy there are three things: timing, timing, and timing. So I think what needs to be done here is to put this on the agenda at the right level and the right time, with the right, and then people will see how important it actually is by going, as was said earlier, through public interest. And then, at least in democracies, politicians are listening to what the public cares about. And the public cares about human health. So it's a good topic, just needs to be done at the right way and in the right times. Yeah.
Question or comment? So, okay, we have the closing session. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we are getting towards the end, so these are just some final remarks. Well, first of all, I would like to say that we as organizers, we are really happy with the outcome of this meeting. And first of all, I should say that this is a collective effort, okay? So we hosted it, we organized it, but this was organized, and the fact that we had so wonderful people talking to us is because this was organized with many friends and with a large international cooperation. So first of all, of course, I would like to start by saying that one of our aims behind this was also to bring the different national decade committees together, working on a specific topic, looking at concrete actions that we want to do. And I think this went pretty well, also with the help from the DCU, from Laura Meyer, who has had a wonderful work on this. And so we were able to bring together the national decade committees from Belgium, Cape Verde, France, Germany, Ireland, Japan, New Zealand, Norway, UK, and USA, but also our colleagues from Monaco, from the Monaco Scientific Center, and from CIASM. So it is quite highly international, and it's thanks to you that we were able to select the key speakers that we had here. Also, I would like to mention before we close that this has also been organized with the ministry, with the support from the Ministry of Education, Science and Innovation, and particularly the project Autonomous Study, who are responsible for the live streaming that we have here, for making many things happen in the background, which we think naturally should happen, but if they happen well, if everything goes well, it means someone is working hard at the back. Also, of course, the Ministry of Agriculture and the Sea, that have been with us since the beginning, the Portuguese Committee for the IOC, the Portuguese Council for the Health and Environment, and Luís Campos, a good friend, has been with us also since the beginning. IPMA, the Portuguese Institute for the Sea and the Atmosphere, the Portuguese Academy of Science, Lisbon Academy of Science, the Academy of Navy, and also the Commission for the Extension of Continental Shelf. We have here Admiral, a good friend of Admiral Ventura Soares. And also, of course, this was hosted by the National Laboratory of Civil Engineering. So it was a conscious decision to have an intense 2 days of talks. We got so many interest for so many wonderful people that we did not want to put anyone aside. Also, we did want, one of the things that we wanted was that this was not going to be a scientific conference. It was a conference where we would bring science, and from science we would go from oceanography to medicine to social sciences. We also wanted to bring NGOs and entities that are looking at the impacts of the ocean on the health of disabled people, of people that have mental problems. And so I think in the end we were quite happy with this. I hope you standed this with the same enthusiasm as we have. Of course, I should also mention, before I stop, my two colleagues here, because although I've been the one appearing here, we are three working together on this, so if you just can stand up, Maria, João, Bibiano, and Telmo. And I would like to ask just our team if they could come here, all the people that have been coming here, so if you could just stand here, Carlotta, and so on. So this is the team that has made these things happen in the background. And so I would just ask you to give them a round of applause, because they have been working like mad, not only these 2 days, but a long time before. And so as you can see, it was not me. It's a long list of people. And if the things went well, it's thanks to these people. You know, these are the ones in the background that made this happen. So, okay, with this, I'm ready to shut up and to start inviting our other guests. But, okay, it's just to say it has been a wonderful experience to have you all on board, and that this, in our view, since the beginning, it's not the end, so we did not aim to do a conference. The conference is the first step of this multicultural, multilateral collaboration that we have between the NDCs. We are now starting to work on a policy brief where we will be updating what already exists, seeing the gaps that still need to be put forward. And of course, the idea is that we will be working together in the next few years. We will be doing joint sessions. We want to make sure that decision makers, they receive the information concerning the key aspects that we still need to deal with the ocean, and particularly the interface between ocean and human health. So thank you very much to all of you, and if this was possible, it's thanks to all of you that are here and those that had to leave before, but we had quite a wonderful audience, so thank you so much. And without further ado, I would like to ask here Laura Meyer, who has been working with us with this from the start and being quite enthusiastic as much as we have. So Laura, please.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear ocean lovers. It has been a big pleasure to be here with you over the past 2 days, and I think all the organizers, partners, especially the NDC Portugal, deserve at least a second round of applause for bringing us all together here. Over the past 2 days, we've heard a remarkable breadth of perspectives, from biomedical innovation to ocean literacy, from ocean climate impacts to culturally rooted knowledge systems. What unites all these contributions is the simple but profound truth. Human well-being is intrinsically linked to the ocean health, and they must exist in harmony. As the Stakeholder Coordination Officer at the Ocean Decade Coordination Unit that sits in IUC UNESCO, I see every day how powerful collaboration becomes when we bridge disciplines, sectors, and communities. And to also be reminded of how much more we still need to do. The Ocean Decade is built on the idea that transformative change happens when we align our efforts. When we look at the connection between ocean and human health, we are only starting to scratch the surface of what could or needs to be achieved. The momentum in this room across research, policy, health, culture, and innovation is extraordinary. But I want to stress something important. This momentum is not guaranteed. It depends on us as a community to keep pushing, to make it a priority, and to make sure the right people hear the message. And that is why I'm deeply encouraged and truly grateful for the leadership shown by all the national decade committees present here and for those that could not be here with us in person. As you heard, they will work on towards drafting an updated policy paper on this topic, building on what already exists, and to push for more action to help making it a top priority. The lack of government commitments and mechanisms, as we've heard, can actually offer an opportunity to bring together the wide, diverse expertise, to synthesize it, and to translate into tangible and concrete actions. So by the time we gather at the United Nations Ocean Decade Conference in 2027 in Rio de Janeiro, it stands as a clear, compelling, and shared ambition, one that will continue to advance and ensure its integration into international agendas, for example, pushing it to be integrated at UNOC in 2028. So let me close by saying this. The work you are doing is not only scientific, it is deeply human. It reminds us that the ocean is not an abstract space. It is the air we breathe, the food we eat, the stability of our climate, and the source of our well-being, identity, and resilience for people everywhere around the globe. Thank you for the passion, the expertise, and the commitment we've experienced in this conference. Muito obrigada. Thank you.
And now I would like to call to the stage the president of the Lisbon Academy of Sciences, also a partner from the beginning, this stage. So, Zé Francisco, please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. It's a long way, a long week, long day. And I thank you very much, Luís Pinheiro, for this opportunity that on behalf of the Academy of Science of Lisbon, I want to bring here the support of the Portuguese scientists to this initiative of the oceans. The Portuguese Lisbon Academy of Science has signed a protocol agreement with the National Committee of the Oceans in Portugal 2 years ago. And we are committed not only to support, partners, this meeting that was, as I can see from what have been said, a success, but also we shall have some joint initiatives in the future. So, Luís was a recent member of our academy. He asked me to say a few words about the Academy of Sciences Lisbon. It should be a long story, in history actually, because we have been, the foundation dates to 1779. So we are 4 years of 250 years, so it's a long history. And corresponding, for instance, to health, the Academy of Sciences of Lisbon in 1812 was the first Portuguese institution that puts forward a public organization for health. It was the vaccine institution. And for about 9 years, for the first time, Portugal had a vaccination program, and that was coordinated by the Lisbon Academy of Science. So those years, that's already a long time ago. Nevertheless, we are academy. We had 2 components, a science component, which goes from physical sciences, biological sciences, medicine, engineering, etc., and also humanities and literature. On this side, for instance, the Academy of Science of Lisbon is responsible for a dictionary and has been an important role in officially advisor the Portuguese government about the Portuguese language. We are, of course, a partner with all other Portuguese-speaking countries, and even last week, was a meeting of the International Institute of Portuguese Language. It's from the Portuguese countries, Brazil, Angola, and also the countries that speak Portuguese. So Portuguese Academy has an important presence in the language, but also in the humanities. And in fact, in both these two topics converging here, ocean and health, I should say that we are very proud to bring in our academy and saying what could be, let me quote here, a very nice quotation from one of our already deceased distinguished honorary members. In fact, it was President Mário Soares, that sometimes he wrote that the academy should, with ambition, must assume without complexes to become, as it was created in the beginning, and in some other high moments of its history, the most expressive forum of the birth of Portuguese intelligence. And in fact, we are trying to pursue this in not very easy times, with very short budget, but with all our components, we are really faithful to our old verse of Phaedrus, that in Latin says, nisi utile est quod facimus stulta est gloria. And in fact, it means that if we do not do is not useful, vain is glory. So, saying this, it's my pleasure to be here and to congratulate, in particular, Luís Menezes Pimentel for success and all the participants, of course. And I hope that this merging the ocean with health will continue with merging with ocean and many other topics that are very important for the future of mankind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. So now we will have a presentation by the Monaco ambassador at UNESCO. She has also been a great fan of this type of connection between ocean and human health. Raps is here, and we have several colleagues also. We have a representation from CIESM here. So can you just please pass the video from Anne-Marie? So the ambassador is Anne-Marie Bois-Bouvier.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as this international conference and human concludes, I
if there is an issue,
want to express my sincere appreciation for the quality of your work,
from the beginning,
scientific
please.
rigor, diversity of perspectives, and shared education. Ladies and gentlemen,
I think
distinguished guests,
just one thing, maybe you push it back, make it run all the way, and then we'll pass it in a while. And so I would just ask,
appreciation for
is
the
it
quality
okay?
of your work, the scientific rigor, diversity of
Ricardo, can you put it from the beginning, please? Please start.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as this international conference on ocean and human health concludes, I want to express my sincere appreciation for the quality of your work, the scientific rigor, diversity of perspectives, and shared determination shown here demonstrate a powerful collective commitment. Your discussions have highlighted a simpler truth. Human health and ocean health are inseparable. This interdependence gives us both responsibility and opportunity to strengthen global scientific cooperation for people and the planet. Over the past days, you have examined key challenges: pollutants, climate impacts, advances in monitoring and restoration, digital modeling, and the ocean's role in public health and sustainable development. These insights make the need for coordinated action unmistakable. Within the Ocean Decade, we must intensify collaboration across borders, disciplines, and institutions. Science, like the ocean, transcends boundaries. As we look toward the next Ocean Decade Conference in Rio de Janeiro in April 2027, we do so with renewed ambition. Monaco remains deeply committed to ocean science and human health, a commitment rooted in the legacy of Prince Albert I and carried forward today by His Serene Highness Prince Albert II and his foundation, steadfast supporters of the Ocean Decade and its alliance. I would also like to acknowledge the contribution of the Centre Scientifique de Monaco, whose work builds essential bridges between ocean science and human health. Its researchers examine how pollutants, climate change, and ecological disturbances affect ecosystems, societies, and economies. The center also monitors coral reefs and Antarctic penguins as global sentinel species, providing early indicators of ocean disruption before its consequences fully reach human communities. Current research addresses plastic pollution, including the work of Dr. Hervé Raps, which you heard earlier today. Looking ahead, the third summer session of the Académie de la Mer will conclude on the 10th of July next year with a symposium in Monaco on ocean and human health, under the aegis of the Agence Universitaire de la Francophonie, gathering Francophone experts to advance the One Health approach. As you close this conference, may you carry the conviction that protecting and restoring the ocean is both a scientific imperative and a global duty. Let us continue building bridges, deepening cooperation, and contributing to the lasting legacy of the Ocean Decade, so further generations inherit a healthier, more balanced world. Thank you, and my sincere gratitude to Luis and his team for their excellent organization and warm hospitality here in Lisbon.
So now it's my honor to ask the Director General for Health from the Ministry of Health here in Portugal, Dr. Rita Sá Machado, is going to give us a short intervention from the Director General.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I would like to say also that I bring the regards of the Secretary of State of Health, that she also asked me to join you today. And thank you also for the invitation, and especially for gathering in, for 2 days discussing such an important issue. So I'm glad that I arrived a little bit earlier, and I had the pleasure also to listen to the keynote speaker, just because, there were some areas that they were really put even twice, that really focus on what we should be doing on climate change that really impact, our health. But especially, I know there were 3 things, but I choose, of course, to bring your attention here at the closing, that, also working together with the ocean and human health, we are also, putting forward an equity agenda. And for us, this is a very important part of the work that we do every single day. So I have heard that, this has been 2 remarkable 2 days, and I'm glad for it. And I want to, at least, from the DGS, from the Directorate General of Health, that to say that for us, we also understand that the ocean is also considered a determinant of human health. And it influences, of course, the quality of our air, and we heard that, and you had sessions on it, I could see also in the program, the source of biodiversity, and also, to see that it also influences the safety of the food that we consume, and also the resilience of our communities, and especially, and this is a clear also goal, our mental well-being. So for us, a message that should also come through this area is, putting an agenda on ocean and human health is also to bring an agenda of prevention. And this is an area that DGS has a major influence and really puts forward that. So we really must act before, some of the threats that you heard from these 2 days, but especially I want to tell you that as DGS, we are committed to advancing policies that support healthier oceans, because again, we know that this is also a foundation for healthier populations. So I don't want to say many more, because I know that we are a little bit running out of time, but again, saying that from our perspective, this really includes an action to strengthening surveillance of environmental health risks, promoting sustainable and safe nutrition, and also empowering communities through education and equitable access to healthy environments. And you can count on us for this. So thank you once again for having, this a minute and a half probably. But thank you also for still being here, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we have a video message from the Minister of Agriculture and the Sea. Both the Minister and the Secretary of State are today in Brussels at AgriFish, but they recorded a message that will be shown now. So, Ricardo, please.
Ambassador of Principality of Monaco to UNESCO, Chargé d'Affaires of the Norwegian Embassy in Lisbon, Stakeholder Coordination Officer of the United Nations Ocean Decade Coordination Unit, ladies and gentlemen. I start by greeting Portugal's National Committee for the Ocean Decade, represented by Professor Luís Menezes Pinheiro, and all the partners that have organized this event. It was with great appreciation that I address you this brief message today. Let me start by strongly welcoming the subject of this international conference related to ocean and human health. We often hear about the different anthropogenic impacts on ocean, but few have such a strong and detailed emphasis on the impact on human health. As we know, both the health of the ocean and that of human well-being are intrinsically linked, and disregarding the negative focus, we believe it is through a positive lens focused on how to constructively make a difference so that we can have a positive outcome. And this was also clear, demonstrated during these 2 working days, the excellency and focus from the different panels and speakers reflect the importance of the multiple layers from which to address this matter. Leisure, scientific, research, biology, medicine, social sciences, environment, education and literacy, as well as social. In the overall, knowledge is the common driver of these layers, and this should be embodied throughout the community as a whole. To develop policies to leverage these different areas is our political role. Portugal's national strategy for the sea reflects this cross-cutting action in line with the commitments of the United Nations processes, such as the Sustainable Development Goal 14, United Nations Decade for Ocean Science and Sustainable Development, the UNFCCC, and the regular process. Portugal has been leading by doing. Let me give you 2 examples. The Blue Bioeconomy Pact gives a new look to Portuguese industries through biotechnology, enhancing on the one hand the sustainable use of resources and in the other hand carbon neutral innovation. This pact covers areas such as bivalves, algae or textiles. It also covers national network of biobanks and promotion of the growth and internationalization of startups and SMEs. Also, our program, Blue School, is one of the great drivers of ocean knowledge and human health. It is a long-term approach, School actively engages the school community in the understanding of the ocean's influence on us and our influence on the ocean. This initiative has also been taken to the international level, engaging the community of the Portuguese-speaking countries. I would like to conclude with a special note to the worldwide initiative Oceans of Hope, which has also been now developed by the Portuguese Society of Multiple Sclerosis, where community sports and the ocean combined and are a doubtful example of the ocean's healing properties. Portugal will continue to be strongly committed to ocean health and sustainability and leading by doing. And we welcome once again the organizers and all in the room for your active participation. Thank you.
Okay, so we reached the end. Just before we leave, let me just say just two very brief things. We would like to thank not only the ministries that support us, but the entities that made this possible by supporting us and making this possible. One of them is, of course, the FCT, the Science Foundation in Portugal, who gave us support for this. Also, the Luso-American Foundation, who allowed us to bring our colleagues from the US, who have been wonderful here. The British Embassy, that allowed us to bring also our colleagues from the UK. Also the Norwegian Embassy, as you've seen it in the opening session, and of course everyone that has been supported by their own entities to be here with us. So thank you so much. I wish all of you that have been traveling from all over the world a safe return home. Those that stay here, please enjoy Lisbon, and those that are part of the National Decade Committees, you will enjoy Lisbon a bit later because we have a meeting now. We have a room until 6:30, so it's an opportunity for those of you who are here that we can just have a quick chat before we leave. Thank you so much to everyone, and thank you for being here.